We're calling the regular meeting of the Bellflower City Council and Bellflower Financing Authority to order Monday, February 10th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Ynez.
Here.
Councilmember Coops.
Here.
Councilmember Morse.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Dutton.
Here. Okay, item 3A. Ryan, want to read the closed session items, please?
Sure. The council recessed to closed session for one item, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, as listed on the agenda.
I have a conflict. I'll need to recuse myself. It's an employer with property.
Any other recusals or conflicts? Let the record show that Councilmember Morris is recused on our item on the closed session. Mr. Stewart, public comments? Mr. Smoot, public comments? Jeez. At least we didn't have an audience. Yeah.
No public comments for the closed session, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
All right, we're going to recess to closed session. All right, welcome everybody. I'd like to call the regular meeting of the Bellflower City Council and Bellflower Finance Authority to order Monday, February 10th, 2025, here at Bellflower City Hall in the Chambers. And we're reconvening from closed session, and there's no reportable action. And it's 7 o'clock, and 7:10 now. And then we have roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Ynez.
Here.
Councilmember Coops.
Here.
Councilmember Morse.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Mayor Dutton.
Here. All right, can I have everybody rise for the invocation led by Mayor Pro Tem Sunny Santa Ynez, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, Lynn Gurecki, our Assistant Manager Director of Public Works.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we recognize your presence among us. We recognize your greatness. We thank you for allowing us to meet tonight. We thank you for all the blessings that you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for giving us our wonderful staff. We thank you for giving us our first responders, our members of the military. Please keep them safe as they keep our cities safe. As we gather today, please remember those who are suffering, those who are unemployed, those who are hungry, those who are unhoused. And especially these days, as the people who were affected by the recent fires, when they recover and rebuild their homes and their community, please guide them and help them. As we gather tonight to discuss the items before us, please guide us, enlighten us, and give us the wisdom to decide what's best for our community. We ask all these petitions in your mighty name. Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart, address the flag, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, be seated. Okay, we got some city council announcements. I'll go first. Mark your calendars on February 22nd. For the Bellflower residents can pick up 2 free bags of compost, also known as mulch. It will be provided by our waste hauler CR&R Environmental Services. So stop by our Public Works yard located on Flora Vista Street at 9944 between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. while supplies last. or you can get more information off the web at bellflower.org. Mayor Pro Tem Sonny?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The city's environmental team is distributing free kitchen pails and compostable bags at the farmers market on February 17th, that's next Monday, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. while supplies last. These pails make it easy to collect food scraps and organic waste, which can be placed in your green bins for composting instead of going to landfills. This initiative, funded by Cal Recycle, supports Bellflower's efforts to reduce greenhouse emissions and create a greener community. Don't forget to bring your proof of residence, like a California driver's license or utility bill, to claim your pail. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sonny Santinez. Councilmember Wendy Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Have you ever dreamed of starting or growing your own business? Your opportunity is here. The City of Bellflower, in partnership with the Heart-Centered Leadership Coaching and Consulting Group, is offering a free 8-week entrepreneurial program. This program is designed to help you refine your leadership skills and understand the key steps to launching a successful small business. The program will be held every Thursday from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., starting February 20th, 2025 through April 17th, 2025. For more information, please visit www.bellflower.org/programs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris. Councilmember Victor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Bellflower. Have you ever wanted to sell at the farmers or night market? Here's your chance to learn. Join us for Maker to Market every Monday starting February 24th, 2025 through March 31st, 2025. The city has partnered with the Long Beach City College SBDC Iron Fire Workspace and the Bellflower Farm and Craft Market to host an in-person program that guides you through the steps of how to accomplish your entrepreneurial goals. Over the 6 weeks, you will learn about planning, product sourcing, costing, and pricing, marketing to the local community, and funding your venture and selling from your local farmers market, night market, or swap meet. To register, visit www.bellflower.org/programs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Councilmember Coops.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bellflower residents can safely dispose of their old electronics at the upcoming e-waste recycling event. That'll be held March 15th and 16th from 9 in the morning till 3 p.m. And that's going to be at Woodruff Elementary School, and they're located at 15332 Eucalyptus Avenue. This event is a great way to reduce your waste and contribute to a cleaner and greener Bellflower environment. For more information about the e-waste recycling, you can call 562-804-6545. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Coops. Okay, we have a couple of presentations. First, we're going to have a presentation for National Black History Month for a proclamation, and Pastor A.D. Gartley is going to accept it, and followed by long longevity employee that we have, Jerry Stock, our former traffic engineer. So my colleagues go over to the riser, and Pastor A.D. Gartley, if you'd meet us over here, and if you want to bring your wife, you're welcome. There's going to be pictures. Thanks for coming out and accepting this proclamation. This is Pastor A.D. Gartley of the Minister Association here, and you're the president still? Yeah. Is that a lifelong title? There we go. We got a light now. Retirement. Yeah, okay. Black History Month was originally adopted to honor and affirm the importance of our history of the African American and focus on the stories and teachings of those who helped build our nation and advance the cause of civil rights and strengthen families and communities. Communities across the nation organize events and commemorate and carry the tradition on. And the African Americans have made a valuable, lasting contributions to our country and the state and the city in achieving success for all aspects of society, including business, education, politics, science, and in the arts. And with this, I would like to award this proclamation on behalf of Black History Month to A.D. Gartley here. A.D. Gartley's always around at our events. He puts on our Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, puts on National Prayer Day, and does a lot of things here. So he was the first person that I would ask to come out. And would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Let me introduce Sister Gartley, Lauren Gartley, my wife, and let me also introduce one of the pastors here in the city, Holy Redeemer Lutheran Church on Rosecrans and Bellflower. We want to acknowledge her presence with us as well. We're excited to that the council would remember and recognize the history of Black History Month each year and acknowledge the contributions of so many individuals who have made great contributions along the way and have contributed to the growth and success of this country. And we thank God for sacrifices of individuals like Booker T. Washington, who would deny himself, sleep under bridges, all that he might educate others and build great educational institutions such as Tuskegee University, and so many other contributions, the scientific discoveries of a George Washington Carver. And so we want to just pause and thank God for their contributions and the things that they have done along the way, along with many, many others, and your acknowledgement of their contributions.
Thank you very much, and for taking out the time and accepting this on the behalf of my colleagues in the city of Bellflower. Okay. All right, the photos. All right, now we have a presentation from a longtime employee of the city of Bellflower, Jerry Stock. Come on up. Okay. I'm going to say a few things. Good evening, everyone. It is our honor here tonight to recognize and celebrate the remarkable career of someone who has given so much to our community. Jerry Stock, our former city engineer. Jerry's tenure with the city of Bellflower spans 24 years, from 2000 to 2024. Over these years, Jerry has not only been dedicated to professionalism, but also a key figure of shaping the infrastructure and the growth of our city. A few examples of Jerry's impactful work include the work on the Riverview Park, the Butterfly Garden Park, two places that the community continues to bring joy to the residents here in Bellflower and visitors alike. Additionally, his work on the streets and roads and rehabilitations that you see and we drive on every day, along with the installation of several new traffic signals over his years of tenure. He has played a key role in enhancing the city and the safety of our city. Jerry, your knowledge and experience have made impressive impact on the Bellflower, and you've helped create spaces to enrich our community, improve the safety and functional of our streets, and contribute to the city's overall growth and prosperity. As you step into retirement, know that your work will continue to benefit Bellflower for years to come. On behalf of the city of Bellflower and its residents, I want to extend the deepest gratitude. So thank you, Jerry, for the 24 years of service, for everything you've done here to make our city a better place. Congratulations, Jerry, and thank you once again for your incredible service.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not ready yet. So, Jerry, I'd like to, certificate of resignation, thank you. That's recognition, resignation, recognition. One comes first. One comes before the other, doesn't it? Well, here's something you can hang on your wall, be there for many years. I'm sure you have a special place for this to think of us every day when you get a cup of coffee. But here, you can take that there. All right? Okay. Okay. Oh, not ready yet. With that, I want you to say a few words. You're not going to get away that easy.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community, and staff, it has been a privilege and an honor to have served this community for 24 years. I appreciate the opportunity. You've created the memory of a lifetime, and for that, I am eternally grateful. So all I can say is thank you all, and God bless.
Where's this go? Okay, next on the agenda is public comments. Mr. Smoot.
This is the time set aside for the public to address the city council on matters not listed on the agenda, and anyone wishing to address the city council should come to the podium, be recognized by the mayor, and state your name for the record. If you wish to address the city council on an agenda item, you may do so by approaching the podium as we review that particular item, and you'll be given 3 minutes to address the city council.
All right, this is our time to anybody in the audience that wants to come up and say something that's not on our agenda tonight. Okay, Mr. Phillips, you're the headliner anyway. So everybody out there, he's going to have a good story, I know. Okay, good evening. Mhm.
It's just a joy and an honor. And first off, thank you for helping create the project of the 605 All-Star Band. And there we go. And so, oh wow, now it's pretty loud. Okay, and so, this is a project that was created about 2.5 years ago to get our bands to Bellflower and Lake and Mayfair. To the Rose Parade. And so we created a super band consisting of 8 schools. And we asked the Norwalk La Mirada schools and the ABC high schools to partner with Bellflower and Mayfair to create the 605 All-Star Band. About 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, we created an agenda. But one of the things is we built a band not just to be seen on New Year's Day, but we built a band for everyone. That as we rehearsed in December of last year, that we would be in our cities that our schools were in. And so our first parade, we built a parade in the cities of Bellflower and Lakewood, approaching the city council members as for both Bellflower and Lakewood to help us put together a parade. And so it was a practice parade. It was just, we put the band together to see if it would work. And we needed to practice. We needed we needed a big area to do this. And I approached Dan Coops and Mayor Dutton and then we had other folks from the city of Bellflower, logistics, city, just city planners and putting it together. But not only that, it was a partnership between the two cities. And that was the special part. And I only have a second here left or whatever, but oh, good. I was looking, oh my gosh. Thank you.
You're fine. We're not running the clock
Oh,
on you
good.
tonight.
Yeah, do it. You started. I'm leaving. It's all good. But I just wanted to say thank you because you said we're going to help you and we're going to help your kids. And not only that, you helped 528 kids get to the Rose Parade. And and I would like to present the city. You see the picture of the band of the Rose Parade. And I'd like to present that. I have a couple of things I'd like to present to the city, and they are yours. But it's the partnership. It's never been done that you actually reached across the board to go, hey, we're going to help students from both cities, and both Artesia High School, Mayfair, and then Bellflower as well. But that you closed streets off. You made it safe for our kids to go do this parade on December 1st. You put together the trolley. You got it going to bring the city council. Also, Bellflower Unified School District as well, and our school board, but also the Lakewood City Council. The two cities work together. And I don't know how often that you actually come up with a project that the two of you do together. But this was a dream, and you made it a reality. And not only that, you made it really, really special for not only my students or our students, but for both cities. When we were finished with the parade on that day, I would think you would agree that it was really a special day. We had near 10,000 people lining the streets of Bellflower and Lakewood to see our kids. And I don't know how else to say it, but say thank you. So I've got a couple of things. I'm just gonna maybe get some.
No, when you're done, we're gonna go to the riser.
Okay.
Well, just
And anyway, we've got some posters that we would like for. One of them is a banner from the parade that the students held in front of your trolley. The other one is a banner that includes the colors of our Rose Parade. And then the other one is the actual banner of the plan of the parade route. And we would love that you would be able to post them somewhere with our picture. But it's not just us. It's communities. It's kids. And you made memories that are going to last a lifetime. This parade that we did on December 1st helped get the kids in shape so that we could do the 5.5-mile parade. And this was almost, 3.5 miles that we went from Ron Yeary Stadium at Bellflower, and then going all the way down to Woodruff to to Mayfair Park.
Didn't you have the big cheese from the Rose Parade also?
That's right. We
on
had the
parade
Rose
route?
Parade president, Mr. Morales, that he was also in the parade with us. But it was just an amazingly special day for all of us, that all of you were involved.
Yeah,
And,
my colleagues too, I was surprised at how many people come out and sit on the curb to watch this thing.
Yeah.
It's not something that, well, obviously it was publicized somehow, but it was something that I didn't expect, that the crowds that came out.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
We went from Bellflower High all the way to, was it Valverde Park? Or
Mayfair Park.
Mayfair Park.
Yeah.
And all the way there, and it was interesting, and but it was fun.
And your counterparts at Lakewood said the same thing. They just had a great time, but it was a great time to bring the communities together.
Yeah.
And and for that, and logistics. I just want to say thank you for making the parade safe. When we first started the project, remember, we were just going to kind of get a few policemen to come down the street with us. Yeah. And instead, you decided, you know what? It's going to be, it's that Sunday after Black Friday. It's going to be kind of crowded. You know what? We're going to close some streets off. And then it got more deep, like, well, we just want to make it safe.
Yeah.
And so that was,
but it was
that
worth it.
priority.
It was
Absolutely.
worth it to both. It was really worth it. It was a big challenge for our public works departments, for Lakewood and us, but we were able to pull it off, and then we all think it was worth it.
And I want to just say thank you, City of Bellflower, for everything you did for our kids. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I appreciate it.
Okay, colleagues. Why don't you meet us over? Let's do some pictures with. Come on, Philip. So I have a little connection with Mr. Phillips because my kids were both in band many years ago, and my wife was one of the band moms, so so we go back a long way. But he was special. He didn't say it, but this Rose Parade has been on his radar, has been on his lifelong dream to pull this off. He never had enough kids in the high school to do it. You have to have so many kids. He almost come close a couple of times with the attendance of the students, but you know, combined them with Bellflower High and Mayfair, but couldn't. That's why he came up with the idea of the 605 marching band, and he got some schools along the way, and was able to come up with 500 plus kids, and was able to pull it off. So this meant a lot to him, and I was surprised to say, you know, I won some Olympic rings and another one. But anyway, God bless Tom Phillips because he is very active with the kids. Well, that's enough said on that. Let's move on. We got an agenda to get through. And public comments, yes. Is there any more? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm one of the property owners in city of Bellflower.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you guys remember me. I have a question, and I would like to know what you guys going to consider regarding the bottom-up club that every year they have somebody getting killed, on that property or nearby the property.
Yeah, so
What the city going to do, or the councilman going to do to
there's not much I can tell you right now, but the attorney can keep me legal. This is 9080 Club, and it's under litigation, or where it's under prosecution right now. What can I say? That we're working on it.
working on it, can we, at least, make the, for beer or anything, not after 10 p.m.
And it's not
Because
just that
most-
property, it's the adjacent buildings too.
Yeah, it's, I'm talking about for safety of the people of the city of Bellflower. We want to keep the residents safe. We want to develop in that area, so we need to make sure, that
Yeah.
no more killing.
Right now, we're doing legal court stuff, and that takes time. We have to follow the law.
Mr. Mayor, I would-
Yes, I know you guys doing it, but
know
not
about that.
regarding the beer.
You know how
and
long
wine.
the law takes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so guess what? They get the same rights.
But please, I would like, I'm into resident, to be safe.
Mhm. We all agree for that, yes.
Yeah, or maybe
That is priority,
more a sheriff department that they could visit the area, so
okay?
it will keep the crime down. Really, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Not, oh yes, come on up, state your name and,
Hello,
Hey,
hi. My
hi.
name is Shamila Silas. I've been a resident of Bellflower since 2012, and I just wanted to be present today to address an experience more like a nightmare that occurred on January 31st of this year at Riverview Park. I was there walking, exercising like I normally do, usually with family, but on this particular day I was by myself, and I had a gentleman follow me. Throughout the park, and then eventually he was following me in his car, and then eventually made pursuit to chase me. Very, very, very scary, to just say the least. I did call the police. I was on the phone with the police when this was occurring, giving the description, my location, describing the individual as well as the vehicle. But unfortunately, the person was unable to be caught. I was kind of disappointed because I was on the phone with the police, and if there was someone that was, if the police would have came at that time, the way the Riverview Park is set up, they could have just closed the gate and the vehicle would have been pretty much trapped there and couldn't leave, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So it was very, very scary. So I'm here today just to address the safety concern of the park. I'm wondering if there's any way that there can be lights placed at the park. This occurred in the morning, like around 8:45, 9 a.m. But, during the afternoon, I do notice like there's no lights there. Also, I was also disappointed in regards to there's no cameras. And I did verify this with the police because I made a police report, and there's no cameras in the area as well. So I just wanted to know, is there anything in place in regards to getting cameras for Riverview Park? And then also, if there's anything that can be added to make the area just more inviting. The area, the Riverview Park, it's a beautiful area. It should be a wonderful place for Bellflower residents to go, but right now it's scary. I'm part of a Bellflower community, and I've had over like 200 Bellflower residents pretty much just voice their concern for the safety of that area. So I really want to address lights. I really want to address cameras. And also, a very important point is I want to address the patrolling of the area.
Well, it does get patrolled. We
How
have
often
our
does it get patrolled?
Southwest, I can get the public safety to talk that. There is no electricity other than the high power lines that go across that. It's leased land. We can't put in infrastructure there. It's Edison property.
Okay.
That's all it's there is, all ever it's going to be there, is that. We do patrol it to the point, I don't know if we Ryan, can you know
I know
more
it's
than
open
do?
for 12 hours from 6:30 to 6:30
Yeah,
p.m.
honestly, I'd direct you to connect. I don't know if you've met Brian, our public safety director. I would connect you with him. He can walk through Southwest Patrol, our private security firm, and if we need some extra patrols out there, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to spend a little
And
extra
then
time out there.
our sergeant's here tonight somewhere. We have a representative from the
We do
Lakewood
have a
Sheriff.
representative from the sheriff's department as well.
Oh, there you are. Okay, not okay. Someone else.
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, he'll be able to. We have a representative from the sheriff department that can answer questions, along with our Bellflower public safety director.
And I
he'll
did,
be able to tell you the workings of that park. That park is different. It's a non-supervised park. That means there's nobody there, unless
does it have to
unless
be that way?
Pardon me?
Does it have to be that way?
Unless we have more money to staff it, and then we don't. That park was never built to be a staff park.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, to your question about cameras, the city has applied for and received grant funding specifically for security cameras in various locations throughout the city. So that is something that's
Is
that's
that
in
part,
the works.
is Riverview Park getting cameras?
I don't know the answer to that, yes.
Okay.
Brian might know the answer better than I
It
would.
is?
He's shaking his head yes. So
Yeah,
that is
Honorable
what-
Mayor and council members, that is one of the locations that the grant applied for cameras for.
Okay, because that would have been so helpful if I had
Yeah.
cameras there.
I totally understand and get what you're saying, 100%. It's just we can only do so many things. But 9 in the morning, this happened to you at 9 in the morning?
8:45 to
Yeah,
9 a.m.
yeah,
where
it's-
I had to run
that's-
across the street
that's
in
a sa-
oncoming
you-
traffic to get away from this
I would think that was a
individual.
safe time to be in that park, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I would like to go
Yeah,
at 5:30 in the 6:30 in the
Yeah,
morning, but
it's
I
about
went
better-
at that time because more
yeah.
people are around. But
Yeah.
I literally had to cross the street of oncoming
Mhm.
traffic to run away from this individual.
yeah.
So it was very scary. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm here today to address that.
But I think it's one thing to talk about our security patrol that patrols all the parks, and they have a regular circuit, and it's not just that park, all the parks, all hours of the nights. The daytime, I know they get checked out at the night, but I don't know if it goes that further than the parking lot. You know how the parking lot is just
Yeah.
cul-de-sac parking lot? They may not have the keys to get the chain down to get on the gravel road that goes through there to patrol either.
Well, also just real quick, I just want to let everyone know if you are going to that park, please have someone with you because it was
Yeah.
very, very scary. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. And if you wanted, Brian McNary is just outside that double door. Wait, okay. Anybody else?
I'm going to continue.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, everybody. My name is Martha Curiel, and I'm a homeowner in the city since 2002. I'm going to echo because she posted how afraid she was, and this is when I decided I'm going to become involved too. Okay, it's important for us. We trust our city council members. We vote for you guys to be elected and represent us. So at a certain point is safety. I've seen the changes in our city since 2002. Okay, patrolling hourly, there's certain parks. Thompson Park is very different from Carruthers Park versus the 605 where it's in the back, it's locked. I went there a couple of times and honestly, I became scared to walk myself as a woman by myself, and I decided I never step foot in there. But now I have 2 young adults that are walking either their dogs or themselves, and I need to know that they are safe when they're back there, okay? So patrolling, I have heard about the cameras for a year now, okay? I understood about the grant. So I'm at the point where it's like, let's put some action in play, and I really want to know more about this. Expectations, okay? The safety of our community, there's times where I will call the sheriff's department, And I feel like I have to overly explain, and things don't happen. Mapledale, McNabb area, you've got situations, you've got Ernie Pyle along with the high school. There needs to be cameras. There needs to be patrolling. If one of our kids ever gets hurt, I will say something. Okay? So thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to come forward? Not seeing anything, we'll move on then. Item 11A, Mr. Smoot.
I'm going to invite our planning team up to take this item.
Honorable Mayor, members of
I
the
thought
City
Ro was gonna-
Council,
Yeah.
good evening.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Good evening. So tonight, we are going to be presenting the housing element implementation. Just for some brief background, and we're going to be going through our slides in a second, but for some brief background, the council adopted the housing element back in February of 2022. The housing element was subsequently certified by HCD in September of 2022, and as part of that requirement for the housing element, we were required to implement our zone changes and general plan amendment to be able to meet the RENA, which is 3,735 new residential units. So tonight, we are bringing forward part of the implementation plan to you. Over the course of several months, we had our consultant, Patty Nahill, who's sitting to my left, who's been working on the housing element implementation, as well as some of our staff members, including our planning manager, Rowena Janilo. So Patty, I'm going to turn it over to her. She's going to be going over the zone changes and the general plan amendments with you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council members. The Housing Element Implementation Program is a multi-phased project. This is the first one that we are going to be going forward with right now. This is an implementation of the housing element, and for those members in the audience, the housing element is one of the mandatory elements of a general plan. The general plan assesses the housing needs for individual cities in the state of California and then assigns a housing number, which Elizabeth has just given you. We have been reviewed for compliance with the housing element, and the housing element was certified. That, in essence, is somewhat the easy part. The next part that comes in is actually after you get certification of the housing element, is you actually have to do what you said you were going to do, and you have to implement the programs that you have in the general plan housing element. One of the elements that we have is to take the opportunity areas that were identified in the general plan and actually translate those into developable areas. City of Bellflower has chosen to do this by a series of overlays so that you have your existing general plan, and on top of that, there will be an overlay which will allow additional housing to be developed in the city. The areas that are shown in orange are 12 of the areas that implement the housing opportunity areas that show within your housing element. They range from areas within the city. Also, they include an area that you have in town, which is the transit-oriented development specific plan. The general plan amendment that you have before you this evening is going to be implementing the general plan in a text amendment to your general plan, as well as a map amendment to your general plan. The text amendment will revise your mixed-use category, It will clarify that mixed use will now allow for residential, commercial, industrial, or a combination thereof within a mixed-use area. The map amendment will be changing the general plan land use map and having a designation of mixed use for the 12 areas that are in the orange that are shown on the screen. There are a series of amendments that are going to take place within your existing specific plan, which is referred to the TOD specific plan. This is going to be an expansion of the existing boundaries that you have. The specific plan as it looks today is outlined in black. You have areas that are going to be added to the specific plan to the south, and then there's an area to the southeast that actually is going to transition out of the specific plan document and will be part of what we have the WHO's overlay, which will be discussed in just a bit. As far as the existing specific plan itself, there are a number of changes that are being made to the specific plan. Predominantly, they involve changing the overlay system that currently exists within your specific plan and making them planning areas. It involves updating some code references, updating some parking standards and regulations, and as you can see on the map with the amended one, we're transitioning into 5 planning areas, which will have development standards to develop. The one additional item that's going to occur in the specific plan is there's going to be an elimination of commercial allowable uses in the zoning overlays. This will affect your municipal code in section 1748.040, which is your town center allowable uses designation. Additionally, in addition to the general plan amendment, we'll also have a zone change that accompanies this effort. The zone change will memorialize the changes between the 8 areas that the housing overlay identified, and it will also change areas within the transit-oriented development specific plan area. These changes are going to allow density increases up to 30 dwelling units to the acre, 40 dwelling units to the acre, and 100 units to the acre, depending on their location. In addition to the zone change, there will be a number of text amendments that will be processed as well. The specific plan text amendments are going to facilitate the development of residential units to satisfy the RENA numbers. They are going to address the expansion of the specific planned area to the south and the elimination of the area to the southwest. And it is just going to be generally improving the readability of the specific plan. Now, the housing element overlay. This is going to be a new chapter that is going to be added to your municipal code. This will address development within these housing areas. It will incentivize developing for affordable housing. We have identified a number of standards which are going to be defined effectively by their density classification. So as you can see on the screen, if you're in a zone A, you're going to be able to develop up to 30 units to the acre. With E and F, you can go up to 40. And in planning area H, there is going to be a combination split of a 40, and there's also an area that is existing already at 22 dwelling units to the acre. As you can see, development standards have been established for setbacks, for parking. Standards we have for landscaping, fencing, lighting, trash facilities, and loading. All of these are development standards that will apply to future development. One thing to stress with this effort is no development is authorized with this effort that you're taking this evening. This is merely establishing the framework for future development to develop under. You will see coming, this is just the first step, you will see coming forward to you in short order additional municipal code amendments, which will actually do authorization of standards in specific land use designations. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Elizabeth.
Thank you, Patty. So Patty just provided the overview of what the council's going to be deciding tonight. As she did mention, there is going to be a next step, which includes several other BMC amendments as it relates to housing. So the effort tonight is really focused on the zone changes and the general plan amendments. One thing to note with the overlay zone, the underlying zone or the primary zoning, so to say, is still going to remain intact. So for example, if it's commercial zoning, the commercial zoning is still there. A property owner does have the ability to still develop under the commercial zoning. However, with the overlay, it's an added flexibility to allow for housing. One other thing to note is that there is a typo on page 10 of your staff report, which is in resolution number 25-09. It's related to the CEQA, Notice of Determination, and there was a typo. It says Notice of Exemption. That should read Notice of Determination. So the recommendation tonight is to open the public hearing, take testimonial and documentary evidence, and after considering the evidence, adopt resolution number 25-09 and read by title only, waive first reading, and introduce ordinance number 1442. Or alternatively, discuss and take other action related to this item.
Gotcha. I know you just said it, there's a lot of people here that own property in that area, and they're gonna have questions or whatever. And if I ask the question, they'll hear the answer, they might get it better than, I know you just said it at the end of your speech. So if you're an existing property owner amongst this area, and we're looking at an overlay, what does that do to the existing zoning of the property?
The existing zoning is still there. The overlay is really enacted if they apply to utilize the standards and the flexibility in that overlay. So for example, like I mentioned, if it was a CG zone property, and currently CG zone does not allow for housing as it's written in the municipal code, but with overlay, it would allow for housing in the future. And depending on where that location is, it could be 30 dwelling units all the way up to 100 dwelling units.
Right, okay. So what I was getting her to answer the question was, if you own property, by us adding this overlay, you get it. If you have commercial property, you can't put high-density residential there. With this overlay, you have the choice. So if you had property and you were going to sell it, and there was a developer that come around that wanted to bank a few parcels together and made you an offer, the property, and I'm going to ask planning on this, technically could be more valuable with residential overlay on commercial. Am I right?
Potentially, yes. I'm not an appraiser.
It depends on the situation.
Yes.
Or whatever. Nobody is going to lose property rights or anything. It's trying to find a way to have more housing in a town. It's all coming from Sacramento. As you know, the news feed, there's not enough housing, not enough housing. This is something that the state makes cities do, not just Bellflower. Every city in the state have to follow these guidelines and try to think outside the box to do things. So I just wanted to explain it in a way that we're not taking anything from anybody, and it's just giving them something. We're going to have a public hearing, and each one of you can come up here to the podium when we open it to talk or tell us your situation or ask questions. But I just wanted to say that we're not here to change zoning to take away someone's property rights. You can always continue to do that. And with that said, is that you're done with your presentation? I got sidetracked.
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Any questions to staff? We'll start with that first.
My question was exactly what you asked.
Got it. Yes, Victor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple clarifying questions. One, our RENA number or allocation is 3,400, correct, approximately?
3,700.
3,700, okay. And to be clear, there is no actual mandate for us to build. It is just to zone. So things may not even actually ever take fruition and actually be built, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I appreciate the clarification. I think we must touch on the fact that this is about flexibility, not necessarily a taking away of rights or anything of that nature. But lastly, just for the purposes of the audience, what does an entitlement process look like? Because it's not something that is administrative, right? There's still a process. They would still have to submit application. They have to go through a process and come before Planning Commission and come before council, and the residents of the area would still be notified if a project were to take place in a specific location, correct?
Councilmember Sanchez, so the way that the code is written is that the housing developments would be permitted by right. There is still an application process that's involved, and by the state requirements, we are required to review them against objective development standards. So there is still a process that could potentially allow a project to go in by right. It would only go to the Planning Commission and or the council if there was an environmental document like a negative declaration, an EIR, or potentially a subdivision. A subdivision map requires city council approval and Planning Commission review as well. So there are instances where it can end up in front of the council and also the Planning Commission, but the housing itself would be by right.
Sorry, excuse me, thank you. And is that at all income levels, or would that be if it's an affordable project?
For all income levels.
All income levels. And just to, for the purpose of educating the public here, what our highest need, according to our RENA allocation numbers, what income level was that set to?
I'm sure that the actual count is in the staff report or the attachments, but I'll say that the highest need is actually above moderate housing. And, sorry, I'm getting clarification. It's actually on page 4. So above moderate housing is at 1,679 units. So we're at the extremes. It's above moderate housing and very low income housing is our highest numbers. And the very low income housing is at 1,015.
Thank you, Ms. Oba. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Santana, go ahead.
Yes, I just have comments and questions. First of all, I thank you so much for coming. I'm just kind of curious, how many of you came this evening for this item? Because when the presentation was being made, I saw a lot of eyes focused on, by a raise of hands, I'm just kind of, how many came for this item? Okay, a good number. All right,
I'd
very
say
good.
it's half, and there's 20% that didn't raise their hand.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to piggyback on the comments made earlier. You've heard about the, say, RENA, that's the Regional Needs Housing Assessment, and that's the number that's required by state law that the city will provide opportunity for development. The city is not in the business of developing homes. We're not. And we're not going to be forcing you to develop homes in those areas. And that was emphasized. I want to make sure that it's very clear to you. We're not in the development business. You're not required to develop in those properties. So as the mayor mentioned earlier, it's an opportunity for you. And I love staff coming up with acronyms. WHOOZ, HOOOZ. That's another acronym from our city attorney, I'm guessing. So anyway, that's an opportunity for you to develop your property. But let's face it, it boils down to market conditions. Because your properties will not be developed as is right now. So it depends on how much offer you're gonna get. If it's a good offer, I'm sure most likely you might be enticed to sell your property. And that's when the developers come in. The developers will only come in and offer you a good price if they can put more homes into the same property that you own right now. Because right now you're limited in terms of the development. But as you can see earlier with the chart that was shown earlier, someone can build more properties, more units into those parcels of land. So again, it boils down to market condition. It boils down to economics. It has to make sense for developers to come in and make you an offer. So now, question to staff. One of the permitted uses here is emergency shelters. Can you explain that in terms on page 3 of 7, permitted uses? In addition to the requirements of this chapter, emergency shelters must comply with applicable law. In the staff report under Exhibit B, page 3 of 7.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Santinez, yes, it is listed as a permitted by right use in the WHOS, which is the overlay zone. It is subject to certain development standards that need to be met. Currently in the BMC, in a specific zone, I think it's CG. I believe it's either CG or M1, emergency shelters are already allowed by right, subject to specific development standards. So there is somewhat of the opportunity to still do that within this overlay zone too. Again,
And when you say applicable law, it's our ordinances or state law or?
yes, we are required by state law to allow for emergency shelters by right in certain areas that the city chooses. And we are allowed to also have certain standards to it. So in our code already, we have that. This one expands it a little bit more in that it allows it also within this overlay.
So it's not, a CUP is not required, it's permitted use. As long as they comply with applicable law, anyone can build a emergency shelter.
As long as it's compliant with the code, yes.
Okay. All right, and then, and can you clarify in terms of the mixed use? So mixed use right now in the new proposal is defined as commercial, industrial, and residential. So it can be combination of any of those three. Correct? Okay.
Yes.
Under the current ordinance, what does mixed use? What's the definition for mixed use?
Actually, hold on. Let me pull up the text.
Because I want to make
amendment
sure
really quick.
that the audience can recognize the difference between what exists right now versus what's the new proposal is.
The last ordinance that the city of Bellflower processed, it was a condition that you could do commercial, industrial, or was the wording. This will be a definition of residential, commercial, industrial, and any combination thereof.
Okay.
So it was changing from or to and to be inclusive.
So there's no change, there's no requirement in terms of the ratio of, let's say, commercial versus residential versus industrial?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. It's just basically the and the or.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Coops, go ahead.
So could you put back up, please, the chart that shows the HOOZ and how many units you get for each kind of activity? All right, so if you have an H designated property, you have the potential of going up 5 stories or 60 feet, and we believe that at that rate, you could put as many as 50 units on an acre. Am I interpreting that right?
So we do have 8 specific areas or planning areas within the WHO's, proposed WHO's. So they do differ. There are some that are at 30 dwelling units per acre. There's some that are 40 and some that are 100. Basically, what was taken into consideration is their proximity to any high transit areas. And thus, we do range from 30, 40, or 100.
All right, now put the chart back up again where it had the designations showing the different 12 printed in orange. Okay, there you go. So you probably heard it more than once now, but I'll try to do it in as plain of English as possible because I know how you guys are feeling. You think, what is the city doing now to my property? Are they messing it up? And I'm here to defend it. I've worked all my life to pay for this thing, and now you guys are trying to change something. We're not here to be mean about it or anything else. We're simply trying to adhere to what the state of California has said. Every city has to build a certain amount of units. And as you heard from Victor earlier, what's our magic number? 3,600? 3,700 units need to be built at some point in time within the confinements of our 6.2 square miles of Bellflower. Now, what happens if we ignore the state of California and say, no, we don't want to do it? Well, guess what? They're not going to send us our DMV money anymore, or our sales tax money, or our money we get from the gas state. They're holding all the cards on this thing. So it's not something that we can say, no, we don't want to play. But it's no different. Lakewood's doing this, Cerritos is doing this, Paramont's doing this, and we're all built-out cities. No one has any more room to build anything. It's all built out. And so if you live in a house that happens to be in this area over here, know that you can live in it as long as you dare. Now, if a guy comes along and says, hey, I'd like to buy your house and the neighbor's house and 3 and more, and we want to build some more stuff, guess what? The value of your property has gone up, not down. But if you say, hey, I just want to sell my house like I have it, a single-family residence, I want to live here until Jesus comes, I don't want to play. You can do that. Now, that's as plain as I can tell you. This is no fun for us either. And I know that a lot of you here are afraid of what we're going to do here. Now, I'm going to use as an example a property that I know. And staff, you correct me, because I see Mr. DeVries here, and I know this property right here. So I'm at this intersection. This is Flower Street. This is Woodruff. And this is the railroad. Someday we're supposed to have a light rail there. Again, Jesus might be here before that arrives. But nevertheless, right here are some industrial properties, and right on this corner is what used to be the gas company. When I was a kid, that was the Downey base. And now it's automotive, and behind that, and Mr. Vries, you can correct me if I'm wrong, your operation is behind there, and he has rides for children out in front of their, kiddie rides, we'll call them. And so he operates right there in an industrial property. And when his father bought that with a partner, they thought, this is cool. We're right in Bellflower, and we're near residential because you go up here, Cornuda, there's eucalyptus. Those are all residential. But right here on the corner, we are commercial. Now, someday, it seems as though every 70 years, property goes up for sale or changes ownership. That's just because people die. But no matter what happens, you can't avoid that. Now, this property here, and it's joined by Jack DeYoung's got a property here, the DeVries family, and I think there's another owner here with a cabinet shop. They're all being lumped together. Now, at some point, they may want to sell. Now, if they want to keep it commercial, just like it is, and again, staff, if I'm going out on a limb here that you think is incorrect, because these proceedings you can watch on television. Go to YouTube, put in Bellflower City Council meeting for February 10, and you're going to be able to see everything we're discussing tonight. So if you think you may have missed something, the whole meeting is going to be online Tuesday night and start again on Thursday, and then forever. So you can see city council meetings back till we were all much younger. But nevertheless, Mr. DeVries owns this property along with some other people, and he can continue to operate there as long as he wants. He wants to be there for the next 40 years and operate just as he has in the past. He has that right and that privilege. However, we're going to tell the state of California, hey, we have a place where more housing can be built. Can't promise when it's going to happen. We don't know if it's ever going to happen. But you can go to this property here and talk to that guy, and he's going to come to City Hall, and we'll say, hey, guess what? There's a chance you could build a 5-story building there. Well, you know what that means? Mr. DeVries is going to he's going to get a whole lot more money for that than he ever would as a commercial property. So monetarily, it would be an improvement. But again, time is on your side. You're under no duress to do anything except be at the meeting tonight, listen to what we're doing, review it online if you'd like to make sure that we aren't being taken advantage of. You're welcome to come to any one of these meetings. This is one of the many we've had. But you've got notice now as to how these things are coming down the pike. And, it's all fun and games when you have the band here. But now the rubber meets the road here. But we're not trying to please believe me, we're not taking anything away from you. You're actually getting something that you didn't have before. You have choices. You can stay as you are, or you can go to the next level. And did I get it right?
Yes, Councilmember Coops.
Thank you. if I didn't have another story to tell him, he didn't. So, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
If you had a better story, it'd be an A+.
Yeah. But I just want to put you at ease that we're not trying to take advantage of you.
You guys good? And,
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
yes,
go
I'd
ahead.
like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
well, I was gonna
Oh,
make one
sorry.
comment first.
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
we can set- So, just to give you an idea, some examples have been going through my head. Does anybody out there remember the old bowling alley on Clark and Alondra?
Clark Center Bowl.
Burnt down, right? Burned down, and now it's condominiums, single-family condominiums, nice development there. We had to change that. We rezoned that to have that happen. Another example, downtown Bellflower, next to the parking structure, we have 91 apartments, high-end apartments downtown. We built that in the back of our public parking area. We got the parking structure, signed the guest parking to the parking structure, and was able to do that. This is the housing development that we can do. This is just examples similar to what can happen in this neighborhood these areas that we're trying to do. If you look Artesia Boulevard between Bellflower and Woodruff on the south side of the street, there's some wonderful, I think there's 67, 66 condominiums that went in there. That was all blighted junk property as long as I can remember. That's been turned over and developed. But these are the kind of things that can happen, and by us laying, if we choose to do so, this overlay, we're not thinking of tomorrow, 5 years from now. This is something we're writing down. It could happen 40 years from now. But it's the big picture. You got to think of what can happen to a city 40 years from now when we're all gone. You try to do the best you can with what you got, and then meet some of these state requirements so they don't cut the purse strings off. Unfortunately, there's like Councilmember Coop said, there's certain things. We got gas taxes, we get our share. The DMV registration fees, we get our share. There's all kinds of pots of money that we get a share because all our residents pay taxes. That money comes back to us to build the roads and do the maintenance and do these things. But that's what happens. So in a way, Sacramento pushes us. Depends on who gets elected in Sacramento, and this is what happens. And this has been going on for decades. This is nothing new. And we just kind of roll with the flow. And every 7 years this RENA thing? Is it 8 years?
Every 8
years. So
years.
every 8 years we got to go through this, and we're doing this right now. It's festered, and we got to handle it. With
But
that,
every other city's doing it too.
yeah, it's not just Bellflower; it's every city in California. With that, I will entertain a motion. Did you want to open the public?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
I've got a motion on the floor by Councilmember Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Morris. This is where we're going to open a public hearing. And without objection, that'll be the order. Okay, that work for you, clerk? Okay. So now's the time. If anybody has a specific question or you want to come up here and ask certain things about this item that's on the agenda that you heard us all talk about, now's your time. Welcome.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. My question would be, some property owners, yes, they will receive, benefit of the zone that become mixed use. The R1 become mixed use, that'd be fine. But some other properties, that is industrial. My question for future would be this, that if it become the industrial property as, that I could build, let's say 60-something unit on the property, and the value is not going to go down because industrial will be more expensive. My question is, if I put residential and you guys come to me and say, oh, you know what? Our street sewer is 8-inch, and because you're going to put 60-something unit, it have to be, 12-inch diameter. Now you have to do 500 feet. Are we going to do it, or are the city going to help us to do
Can
it?
you help me with, is building here, yeah, somebody's gonna pay for it, because it's gonna be more, there's development fees, you
That
wanna
is
explain
correct.
those?
Yeah, so anytime there's a housing development, depending on the impacts that are going to happen with the development.
How the intensity of the development.
Yes, the developer is responsible for providing the adequate utilities, including power, water, gas, and including sewer
The fire flow.
and fire flow, yes.
And Mr. Mayor, all of that would be the case as it is currently.
Yeah,
as well.
it's currently that way.
Right, but my question, if we,
Oh, I missed it.
we're going to build, our city going to help the developers, to
We
help
don't do
with
it
that?
now. We don't do that now.
You don't do it now?
No.
But
Developer
city-
pays.
Yes, sir. But City of Bellflower, they are very generous and help other developers to give them free properties for the developers to come and build. If they are generous so much, why they cannot put hands and help us to develop?
Where are we gonna get
for
the money?
Sewer.
We're not taking it out of public safety, I know that. Yeah, no, we don't do that now, and I can't see, in my opinion, I'm only one vote up here, and I can't see that ever happening. The developer that pencils out a project that's gonna do it, they pay now. They'll pay again.
Mr. Mayor, the argument could actually be made just by taking the actions tonight, you're taking tonight, it's actually helping developers. That's kind of the intent of this process in the first place. As it stands currently, if a developer were to come in and propose a project like that on a property that's currently industrial, they'd have to go through the extensive entitlements process and pay all the fees associated with that and the time associated with that. And as we all know, time is money, and there's value associated with that. So just by taking these actions, you are loosening up and allowing these developments to potentially take
I don't
place
think
and
that's his
creating
question,
value.
no. Your question is you want us to pay.
If he was.
No, I said, to help.
To
because
help, okay,
City
well,
of
yeah, to
Bellflower,
help is
They
partnership.
are really generous, we know that,
yeah.
right? We have, properties that it was undeveloped, and they help, to the developers and give them the properties for little charge, and they develop and create taxes. That is beautiful, so I'm just asking if for future.
That's not what we're
development-
deciding here tonight.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
I appreciate, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
It's good seeing you again. Good evening.
Mayor, good evening. My name is Corey Nessman. Thank you, council and mayor, for this opportunity, and thank you for the team for putting together the comprehensive packet. It was a lot of light reading.
It's dry,
Great.
too. Dry
Yeah.
reading.
It was tough, but anyway, basically, I just have one question. Will the city use eminent domain acquisitions to comply with any of the state mandates for our properties?
Absolutely not. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that. The only way the city has a right to use eminent domain is for public use, for our use.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's the law.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening, members, council, and staff, and everybody. I just have two questions. One is it possible to convert the current commercial building to a residential? And the other one is, what is the process to apply for the residential to build on the current vacant land? And when can we start submitting the process to do that?
So this process here is gonna take we got another round, right? Before I'm assuming he owns commercial property and wants to do residential there. This sounds like it would fix that if he's in this area. Are you in the area you got a notice?
Yes.
But
Well,
you could be
for-
within so many feet of one of the properties too.
I have the vacant land, but there's the commercial building that has been vacant for a while, and they put it up for sales right
Oh,
now. And I could be buying it, but I don't
Okay.
want to buy because buy a
Yeah.
vacant commercial it's
Yeah.
wasted. But I'm thinking
Yeah.
if I can convert it to residential,
Yeah.
then would
Yeah.
be profitable.
What we're doing here tonight is put the overlay on commercial if your actual property parcel is in this.
On that lot.
Okay, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, to answer his question, it is possible to do conversions, but it has to meet the current standards. Also, it needs to meet not only the zoning code, the building code, and also the fire code. So there is still a process that's involved in which it would have to comply with the CBC, the fire code, the California Fire Code, and the zoning code.
Were you talking about conversion or bulldozing?
Conversion.
Oh, conversion.
So
okay.
existing
Yeah.
building, just make changes to become like 4-bedroom,
Okay.
3-bathroom.
Depends on the building. That's
And then build the
a
ADU on the
designer's
back.
issue.
It's possible.
It's
but
possible.
It might cost you more than building a new one. You know what I
Okay.
was always taught about vacant land? It's like a mistress. They take all your money and you can't show them off.
Thank you. But the process to submit for the residential building is coming soon, right?
It's actually spelled out in the proposed ordinance. So there is a process that's already laid out in the code that
There's already
once
that
it becomes.
your process is already available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to come up? I know
Hi.
you.
How are you? I'm Mr.
Good.
Mayor. I'm Mary Ann. I represent the Bellflower Moose Lodge. That's in Area 2 at the corner of Alondra and Clark. Our concern is that we have 8 viable businesses that you're looking at there, plus there is a vacant lot and a church. And you say that you're not going to take any of the properties by eminent domain. However, if only some of the property owners in any of these 12 want to sell and the rest of the people do not, you're not going to build bits and pieces within those 12 identified areas. You're going to want the entire property. So what are you going to do to the people who are not willing to sell? Is their property value going to go down because of the type of housing you're putting in? You're saying you have some that you're going to do low income, some that are moderate housing. And you also say you're not going to take it by eminent domain, but if you have one person that doesn't sell.
We're not building or buying any property.
Okay.
This is overlaying to give developers a chance to do something different. Am I right on target?
Yes, correct. And property owners themselves.
Yes.
So if they also wanted to develop.
The
they have
property
that
owner
option.
themselves can actually develop their own property too. So it's going to be the fair market that's going to decide. We're not going to decide. We're just laying a set of rules over the top of all these parcels.
Okay. So when you go to put in housing, we're not good, if it happens to be our area you identify, which we're very small compared to a lot of them, I don't even know why you'd be looking at us except for the rail that's going to go in. We'd be dealing with a contractor, not dealing with the city.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, the contract, I wouldn't even say contractor, I'm going to say developer.
Developer, okay.
Developer
okay.
is going to be assembling parcels if it goes that large, or you can deal with one parcel. The developer is going to redevelop to what he wants, what he or she wants there, and develop to their liking according to our standards. They're going to come into planning, their architect's going to design something for the size of the lot, and we're going to bless it if it's within our guidelines.
Okay. But even if those developments go in, it could affect the housing that's around there because of the type of property you put in. Their property values could go down if you have housing.
Well, anything
like,
can happen.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay.
going to give you false hope. Anything can happen, but they could. What I know about property, and I'm not an expert, I would think it goes up, but.
We can always hope
Yeah.
for that, can't
Yeah,
we?
yeah, I know.
All right.
Well, from when I bought my first home to now, it sure went up.
Aren't you glad? Thank you, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
what I'm banking on.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes,
address something?
Mr. Coops, go ahead.
Ma'am, I got another, come on back.
Okay. Mary Ann,
Mary Ann.
you're not done yet.
I was so anxious to sit down. No.
All right, Peter, thank you. So you've been a witness to it because you've been at the Moose Lodge a long time, and you know what was across the street before there was a bowling alley. Remember, Mr. Broussard had a building there, and he had a carpet store, and it went all the way to the corner. So a developer came along and said, you know what, we'd like to develop that bowling alley. But in a perfect world, we'd like to have Mr. Broussard's property, and we'd like to have the corner, which has the donut shop and the cleaner, right on the corner of Alondra and Clark. And the Alondra and Clark people said, no, we don't want to sell. Well, and they worked on them, and they said, we're just going to leave you alone. We'll build around you. But we'd really like to do a deal with Mr. Broussard. So they went over and talked to Mr. Broussard, and they made a deal with him. And now we've got a consistent project that runs from the corner, just off the corner from that development, commercial development, all the way down to, I think that's Santa Ana Street. So
might be, yeah.
likewise, I don't think any developer would come in and say, you know what, I want to buy the Moose Lodge, and I want to continue to have a thrift store on my one side and a church on the other. He would say, I can only do this if I can buy them all, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Why would anybody spend, like condos, $500,000-$700,000 to be in what looks to be a blighted area with a commercial there? So some of this stuff kind of takes care of itself, just because land is so expensive. And I don't know if they would go to a boulevard as soon as they would go to something more in the residential area. But we've kind of identified Bellflower Boulevard as a place we think that we're not going to upset anybody. And, but I just thought since you've been on that boulevard long enough to see how that side on the south side, north side of the street came out so much better, but there had to be some sort of culmination of these properties together.
Yeah, and you still have the donut shop and the Domino's and all of
Right,
that.
and,
on the
and,
corner.
they, and they didn't sell, and that was,
Yeah.
so, okay,
It's
they
'cause they
just
didn't
stay
sell.
there. And they could have easily been part of the project, but for whatever reason, they left them alone. And as was mentioned earlier, don't worry about the project of eminent domain. If we decided that Mills Lodge and the old Thompson Furniture Sleep Store, which is now the Arc store, is going to become a park, which is not going to happen, and we would get out our checkbook and say, okay, you guys got to leave now. But this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about commercial uses that we cannot condemn property and then hand it over to a developer. That's illegal. You have the right to keep your property as long as you want. And they're not going to build something unless the rest of the street kind of matches up to it. I just want to give you that comfort.
Okay. And it's nice to drive around the city too and see all those vacant buildings that you could use.
Well, no, and I got a whole story to talk about Amazon killing all those little businesses, you know? Nobody can fight against Amazon.
Anybody else wishing to come on up? Okay, Steve, I was wondering if you were going to come up. Oh, yeah. I answered a lot of your questions, though, didn't I?
Oh, gosh.
Yep. Just say where you lived, because we got some newbies up here. They'll remember the old church.
Say Buddhist temple.
The Buddhist temple. Sure. Has it been 12 years? Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Got it. Gotcha. Okay.
You say don't be afraid. That's what I'm hoping for. Did you guys each get a copy?
Yes, yes.
That's my house.
Yes.
Right next to the page, be afraid, because that's what was built next door to
Yeah.
my house.
Mhm.
But the city okay. That wasn't built. That never came to pass.
Come to pass?
This building here,
That building there?
That's what we
How did I
condemned it.
take that picture then?
We condemned it.
I know you did. How long did it take? How long did it take to condemn it?
but you're presenting this like it's existing.
Well, no, this is what was built.
No, it wasn't finished.
We tore it down. You remember it going away?
Yeah, we did.
He
But I'm
remembers
just
it.
saying, this is what was allowed
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
to be started to be built. So I am afraid.
Well,
Okay.
this predates anything of tonight.
Well, I understand, but what I'm getting at is
Yeah.
you're saying don't be afraid.
Okay.
I'm afraid because if we put, I've got an empty lot next door to me.
Right.
If that can be developed, it's not like the thrift store and everybody else who has big commercial property.
Yeah.
I have a vacant lot that if someone wants to buy it, they can go ahead. I don't know what's going to be built there.
Right.
Okay, that's what my concern is. I'm ground zero right at that corner. So whatever's going to be built there, I hope it is aesthetically going to fit in with my neighborhood. What was there that was trying to be built did not aesthetically fit the area. But according to the staff report, it said that it was going to fit. That's my concern. If we put commercial on the bottom and we go 2 more stories for residential, that's going to make me the guy in up with the balloons hanging on trying to get my house out of there. Okay? I just need something, yes, we want something developed there, but we want it to fit in. And then I hear that it can be industrial or whatever. It still needs to go through the process. I understand that. You say this couldn't happen for the next 40 years. I won't be here in the next 40 years.
Neither will I.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I want to get it
It's
out now.
unanimous.
It might not fit, but the whole thing is, when you have something of this nature, and I don't know if you know, but I'm this house right here. So it does concern me. So that's what my whole thing is the city looks at things and they go through the staff report. They say it won't impact traffic, won't impact parking. This development that was tried to be built impacted everything. I came to every one of those meetings. I said it was going to impact it, and it did. It was terrible. I followed the city's instructions to a T, taking pictures, doing everything I could. I went to every one of the court hearings to be there to represent that. I don't want to go through that again. I've got one little parcel. I've been at that location 38 years, 2 years at another location. This is my little piece of heaven. Next to me is that lot. It's been abated. It needs to be needs to be cleaned up. But my thing is, it scares me what is going to be developed there. Anything that goes up takes away me coming out of my garage, takes away from parking, because we know there's an apartment building that has no parking and they use my street. I can't park on my own street. They'll have neighbors, it'd be a business, they'll take away my parking. So I did not get the memo that this meeting was going to happen, so I probably missed the first one.
No, first one.
Did I miss, this is the first one?
Yep.
Okay, so somebody who puts those on your doors or in the
And
mail.
put your address down there on that pad so
Yeah,
we
make
don't
sure.
miss you again.
On this one here?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what my whole deal is. I want to be able to stand here and talk to people about what's going on, because I think I live in a decent neighborhood. I go by everything that Bellflower needs. I use Bellflower people when I got my roof done. I'm the only person in the city of Bellflower that has a legal artificial turf.
No, remember
Okay?
that.
We went through that whole thing. So I do everything right.
You had to hit that scab, didn't you?
And you know how much I enjoy coming here, okay?
Well, you're entertaining.
We love you, Steve.
Yeah, I know you do.
You are thorough.
But I'll give you this, Steve. If we go forward on the idea that we're presenting tonight, there are going to be more options on that corner, and I really believe that it'll go residential because now it's a CG zone, and then that was why you ended up with a temple. Now, when you chose to buy where you did, you're the first residential zone or lot off Clark Street.
Right.
And you go across the street and you got, when I was a kid, the automobile club and the parking lot, more commercial. And then we start with the residential.
Right.
So I think this could be a salvation for you because I think there's developers that are going to come around and say, hey, I like that lot there. I can put 6 or 8 units there that I couldn't do before.
Yeah, I know. But when I bought there, I have the garage behind me, which is fine. I got a 20-foot wall. I'm fine with that. Cover that with palm trees. I'm good with that.
Right. And it had
Okay.
a chiropractor and architect on the corner.
On the corner, and that was great.
Right.
Until I had to run those people out that were selling drugs inside the beauty salon.
I understand.
Those are the things I put up with, right?
Well,
So-
when you buy a property right next to commercial, you're going to be in for some.
But I was fine with it.
No, you don't understand what
no
I'm
problem.
saying.
I'm just looking at what can come next if we go up, because I don't see you guys taking over the people behind there, the Value Village and the Moose Lodge and everybody else selling their property. They've got businesses there. I have a vacant lot.
No.
And it's enough room, you're right, to put a residence there or
You got a better
go
chance
up
of that
with some.
now than with a CG
They can put
there.
a resident and ADU there, and that's about it. But
Say that again?
they can put a resident. You can probably put a resident and an ADU there. You can
Yeah,
probably
and
get two there.
that's what my concern is
yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen. And I know, like
Yeah.
you said, it could not
You
happen
don't. We don't
now.
know either.
Could-
It's
I
whoever buys
understand.
it has an idea to do
But
something
as
with.
long as we find the development and we put something that fits in the neighborhood, I'm good with that because I've got a lot there. I don't have value. I don't have any holding on that. As long as it goes with the neighborhood, I'm good with that because I'd like to see that developed because it's a nuisance. You can drive by there now. It needs to be cleaned up. So I'm just saying that's.
No, and that will make sense. I get it.
Yep, right. Okay, and I'll tell you, I watched your whole last meeting because I haven't been here 12 years. $85,000 for that awning is a lot of money for that Bellflower.
Well, the one on Bellflower
Yeah.
Boulevard?
Yeah.
Well, we're
I just recently retired part-time. I'll take $100,000. I'll hold an umbrella for you. Okay?
Yeah. Well,
So.
you could see my reaction to $850,000
Yes, I did.
for lipstick
So
on a pig.
this-
Yeah.
All of this is when I do my research. This was for the Noah's Ark.
The Noah's Ark.
I didn't have time for, I don't know if you guys saw what was there. just in case you did see it, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of new people here.
Yeah, I know that. I don't remember. I don't know her. You might have been here. So
he was
I
in
didn't
high
have,
school.
I know, and that's what's going against you right now. 3 people from Bellflower. I went to Mayfair. Come on, guys.
there you go.
You know?
Well, you saw we supported Mayfair High with the band. You saw
I know,
that.
and I was out there for him, and I was going to ask, since there's no clock, I wanted his 3 minutes of time. Is this okay? So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to talk to you, but that's what I just want to get across. I'd really want to make sure I get notices for the other meetings that go with this.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, Steve, you know where to find me.
Oh, I sure do.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'll be short.
What's your name?
This is way extended beyond.
Yeah.
I'm Robert Doramy. I'm appointed by the Native Heritage Commission by the Governor's Office in Sacramento. I have a few issues to talk to you about, especially the 3 of you here. The question is, if you pull out the mitigation negative declaration, is this your book? Housing development. Well, how many people have received this book? Raise your hand. Why? Why didn't you get a copy?
Huh?
What
Hey,
happened?
you got to address us.
She has a picture. There's a picture of it right there. So, as appointed from the governor's office as a Native American and a resident here for 25 and my wife here for 40 years on Harvard Street, I think I'm going to go over the initial studies here. What the sequel is improperly stated and how you've taken care of it here. And for those that don't under the California Environmental
All right,
Law-
sir.
Yes.
This way. You're addressing
Yes,
us.
yes, and I will address the audience. In our culture, we address
You're gonna
our public.
Yes,
Because
it's us.
you are
Sir?
what I am.
Sir?
Yes.
Right here.
Okay. So anyways, you're addressing the sequel, has to be revamped. If you look on the initial studies environmental checklist, aesthetics. Now you can define aesthetics, correct, in the environmental report? So the aesthetics are negligent, and on these, and if the public gets copies, what they should, all the residents of Bellflower, there is a study done by a
So
selected.
is that an environmental impact report that he has?
This report.
Has it been challenged?
Mayor Dunton.
It hasn't been introduced to the public to be challenged by the initial survey done by the people that
Can I
were
get a-
commissioned to do the study.
Okay. Can I get an answer from my staff? Yes.
Mayor Dunton, the document that he's holding up is the mitigated negative declaration that was
Okay.
that was approved in 2022 along with the housing element and
okay.
along with the CEQA document at that time. At that time, it was already contemplated that 35 units were going to be built in the city of Bellflower, if not more, because we
Alright.
did plan
That
for
was
a
when we got our
buffer.
number, 3,700.
So we have cleared environmentally through that CEQA document these changes to the code.
Okay.
So we go down to violation of air quality. I mean, how many people, my grandchild is affected by emissions from cars? The density and the problematic issues with toxic air, toxicity. I presently contracted a mild case study. Why? What's going on with our environment? Well,
Okay,
look
I'm
at
gonna hold you a minute here.
Hold it.
I'm gonna pause you a minute. So is this related to tonight's business?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, he's entitled to his 3 minutes to provide
Okay.
comment. It's related. I will say, though, that the statute of limitations for challenging the mitigated neck deck has long passed, so he can certainly
Okay.
state his piece.
All right.
So I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. We have issues with the noise issues. Again, your report as a negative deck is checked off in the little boxes there that state that we or nobody's going to be affected by the noise. And then transportation. We're talking about our neighbors. All the neighbors where I live are concerned about the congestion of car occupation. We don't need any further development within parcel 2. I'm talking specifically where I'm concerned as a resident, as a human being, to respect all these things I'm talking about. I am a tribal cultural resource under the Native American Graves Protection Act. I am under the code of the 5097-98 Health Code, which I have to follow in the event that in this area that many of you don't even know, right by the 605 is our land base of an archaeological occupation of the Tongva Indians. Many of you don't even know who they are. I can go down my street and find a cultural deposit of middens on the property. How many people don't even care that the fact that the occupation of who we are? So back to the sensitivity of children, and this whole negative deck has to be revamped, redone, and I believe each citizen in the Bellflower should have a copy given to them so that they can be educated about what you are doing in terms of reports and issues with this development. And to leave, as you know, I'm opposed to any type of development in Area 2, the small section up there on Clark. And I just want to thank you for giving me the time. It's a difficult issue. I understand development. I work with it. I work with HUD Housing. I understand how so many residents are opposed to these type of developments. But the city of Bellflower is going to be different. They are going to educate and give the people the opportunity to say yay or nay. I don't care. We don't care who develops
Okay,
or
Robert,
money.
your time's up. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I could just clarify the record.
Okay.
The M&D was approved 3 years ago. The time period for challenging that was 90 days after the time period that it was adopted by the city council. So the comments certainly are welcome from the speaker, but in terms of any changes to the M&D, that time has long passed.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi,
Good
I'm
evening.
Doug-
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Doug Brink, longtime residence, my family. I'm hoping you guys just concentrate on Bellflower Boulevard because I love this city. I've lived in this city. And we're like from Ray Automotive used to be. Our city's dead down there. I mean, I don't even think the Starbucks they put in down there is going to make it. I mean, I see no cars there. So I just hope that makes sense to me. And I'm hoping it makes sense to all you guys.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Anybody else wishing to speak?
How you doing?
Good evening. What's your name?
Lane Griscom.
Pardon me?
Lane Griscom.
Okay, gotcha.
Members of the council and Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm not good at this. I have very little to say. In my experience, where I used to live in Hawthorne, they took out a bunch of single family homes and built up, and the area went to hell in a handbasket. It got overcrowded, the crime rose, found bodies on the street, drug dealers, gangs, it all came. It was a nice, peaceful little neighborhood. And then it went to hell when it got overcrowded and went up. And I'm scared to death that's going to happen again because I also own a property in Bellflower, and I really love it here. And I don't want to see that happen here. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Lane.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman.
Good evening.
My name is Joe Chivera. I am a Moose member of Bellflower Moose Lodge. I'm also a Knights of Columbus member in Bellflower. My children's grandmother lives at 9851 Rose Street in the city of Bellflower. My specific question is, the state of California and their mandate for affordable housing, is it number of units or acreage that they're asking for?
Units.
They're and so you're in your
3,700 we get.
they're asking for 700 units.
37.
3,700.
3,700.
So in your mapping here of the 12, your 12 disciples that you have here, is that a total of the units involved, or is this just
Citywide.
what could
I
be
mean, we're
a number of
using
units?
citywide as our goal, right? And we've already built some of them.
Actually, on the screen above, those are the areas
Yes.
where those properties could accommodate the total of the
37.
3,700 plus.
So all
units.
12 of these units or areas that you have here will facilitate that plan that the state is asking for?
Correct.
Okay, so it's all or nothing by the state of California, right? Okay, I am glad to see unit number 1, Old Kmart, is on this list. There is a lot of vacant property that's still available. It's not here. For whatever the reason, we understand that you have to do what you have to do when it comes to the state of California and the mandates. But the overview of what you're trying to do here, the zoning, is exactly that. It's an overview of current zoning. Am I correct
Right,
about
yeah,
that? Okay.
Overlay.
It's an
basically
I'm sorry, an overlay
It's zoned,
of
and
the
we're just
current
putting a little-
zoning of
another
these 12
layer on it.
of these 12 areas here. Okay.
Yes.
That's it. That's all I have. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Coops. Without objection, that'll be the order to close the public hearing. We'll give it a minute to clear out a little bit.
Sure, put your
Yeah,
address down.
just put it down there. We'll probably just double check everybody there.
I didn't know about it, but I decided to stick
Yeah.
around and
Yeah, it's working on it.
Yeah. Don't hold your breath, though. It's coming.
No, that's the goal. No, that's the goal.
It's bedtime.
I keep waiting.
Any further discussion, guys?
No, if you're ready, I'd like to make
Yeah.
a motion.
Give us what you got.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for the city of Bellflower to adopt resolution 25-09, a resolution approving general plan amendment case number GPA 25-01, amending the land use element to revise the definition of mixed use and amending existing general plan land use designations to MU mixed use for certain properties located within the 12 specific areas to allow mixed use or residential developments to implement the housing element. And waive further reading, introduce ordinance number 1442, an ordinance approving zone change, case number ZC 25-01, 2A, establish zoning overlays, housing opportunity overlay zone, known as HOOS, for certain properties to allow mixed use or residential developments, and B, expand and modify boundaries of TODSP area, which I think is the Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan, if we can spell it out one time, and to approve zoning ordinance text amendment case number ZOTA 25-01, 2A, establish regulatory framework for future development and uses within the HOOS, and B, amend TODSP document related to the regulations and expansion of the boundaries to implement the housing element.
Second.
That's a mouthful.
That's a mouthful there.
Get a second for.
Got a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Santa Ynez and a second by Councilmember Sanchez. Call roll.
Just a quick clarification, that includes the small correction to the resolution.
Correct,
and the-
with the small correction.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
Mayor Pro Tem Santinas?
Aye.
Councilmember Coops?
Aye.
Councilmember Morse?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Aye.
Mayor Dutton.
Aye. That was a whole page item there.
That was 2 hours. Can
That
we
was a
call
whole
for a health break?
You need help? Yeah. We're gonna take a
10-minute health.
7-minute recess.
Well, I'm only half done then.
All right, let's go here. Item 11B, Mr. Smoot.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to hand this one off to Elizabeth and
I-
James.
I'm sorry, I need to recuse myself for several property conflicts within 1,000 feet.
All right, let the record reflect that Ms. Morris is recusing herself from item 11B.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, our new senior planner, who's been with us for about 4 months now, James Atkins, he's going to be taking on this presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I love the opportunity tonight to present this item. This is Entertainment Permit EP 24-01. This is the location here, as you can see, is fronting Bellflower Boulevard. I'm going to use my pointer here so everybody in the audience can see as well. The location is here. This is 16728 North Bellflower. And the primary entrance is located on this portion of Bellflower. This is an alley in this direction, and there is a rear entrance or access here. And this is Flower Street here. North is this direction. The background for this business, it is Marimay Sports Cantina and Restaurant, and it will offer a blend of American cuisine with a Spanish fusion twist, coupled with a full bar featuring specialty cocktails, craft beers, and premium spirits. The entertainment permit portion of this includes live musical performance, and I'll run down these quickly. No permanent musical persons or groups. Types of music and musical instruments will vary based upon the performers. Performers may vary from 1 to 12 musicians, and performers will be located in the prescribed performance area of the restaurant area, and I'm going to show that in the floor plan coming up. Additionally, there will be DJs and karaoke. A DJ booth will be located in the restaurant area where 2 to 3 DJs will play recorded music. DJs will play recorded music for the purpose of allowing guests to sing along with lyrics, which is karaoke, played on the screens. Dancing will also be included here. It will be restricted to the area directly in front of the performance area while both live music or recorded music is played. For the record, in your staff report, there was an error in the hours of operation. This is the correct hours. General hours are from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., and the entertainment portion will be Monday through Sunday, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Security purposes, they do have controlled access for patrons through the front entrance only, fronting Bellflower Boulevard. That means patrons will only be allowed access to enter off of Bellflower. There will be a camera system installed throughout the establishment to monitor key areas. And in the event of special events and during peak hours, they're going to hire and use additional security to secure the facility as well. Here's the floor plan. As I mentioned, this is Bellflower here. This is the primary entrance. You can see a vast array of seating here, kitchen area on this portion, and then a long bar in this area. The performance area here, this is not a stage, this is a performance area, and the DJ booth here. Dancing will be generally in this area, and that will flex, the dancing area will flex based on the performers. I would assume if there are just 2 or 3 performers here, that would allow a little more dance area here, or if there aren't performers and it's just a DJ, they'll be able to utilize the entire area here for dancing. With that, staff does recommend that the City Council open the public hearing, take testimonial and documentary evidence, and after considering the evidence, adopt resolution number PC 25-08, or alternatively discuss and take other action related to this item. And if the council has any questions for staff, I can answer those questions. Additionally, the applicant is here and can answer any additional questions you might have.
Any questions, Victor, yet?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you come back to me? I'm still processing my questions. Thank you.
I guess I should have asked. You ready yet? Mis-
My brain is still on the last item.
Mr. Coops is ready. Good.
Could you put back up the plot plan of the interior? So over here, this would be where the alley is, I believe. There it says lounge over there. Yeah, there we go. Explain to me what that's used for.
The lounge, yeah.
Right, yeah, there you go, right there. How's that utilized?
Councilmember Coops, with all due respect, I'm going to let the applicant address that. This was rather undescribed in terms of its uses, in terms of the overall function of the restaurant.
Okay, and so, right, I assume these are the only two bathrooms serving the establishment?
That's correct.
Okay, and
And you got one over here, too.
Where are you looking?
Rest, you got, no, right, see my red dot on this side?
Is that a bathroom over
Yeah,
there?
it's a bathroom right there.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry, that is an ADA compliant restroom, yes.
Okay, and these are not permanent tables, so they can be removed for a larger dance floor? Is that your impression? Are these, again, questions I should ask staff?
Again, I apologize, those are questions.
What
we
can you answer? No.
Just baptize them.
Yeah. Let me take a different tack here. Yeah. That's all I have at this time. I think I'm running into a wall here.
Mr. Santa Ynez, go, what do you got?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Is this your first presentation before the council?
This is, yes, Councilmember Santa Ynez, this is my first presentation here in the city of Bellflower. And
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So sorry for that because
You're not responsible.
Councilmember Coops was harder than you. So anyway, help me identify this because in the staff report you mentioned about the applicant states that musical performers will not exceed 12 members. Is that in the one of the conditions? It will not exceed 12? Because I couldn't find it.
Councilmember Santa Ynez, I don't believe it is a condition, but if the council so wishes, we can make that a condition.
So, well, because there was a discussion about the number of performers. At some point in time, it was discussed here that you're trying to limit the number somehow. That was my impression. Is that the case?
Again, Councilmember Santa Ynez, this was taken from general, I guess, a consensus of other facilities that have performers, and I guess a best practice that staff saw of a number of music performers at any one time. That's why we did not condition it, but we can certainly condition if the council so desires.
No, but because I think there was some discussion about it in terms of, I could not, at some point in time, I read something to the effect.
Mayor Pro Tem Santinez, the application that the applicant provided has up to 26 musicians in their application.
Oh, there you go, up to 26. And then.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 26, 12.
12, up to 12.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
We're doing good here tonight.
We got worn out on that first one.
So, all right. So I think I'll wait for the applicant to ask that question. Anyway, so the second question is there a change in the designated dance area from the previous operator? The designated. We understand that these areas, the seating areas, can be expanded because these tables are not fixed. They can be moved. That's my understanding, because I think I've been a couple of times because they were able to move the tables. Right?
You know that for a fact?
I was there for.
Yeah, but it's all new building.
It's a new
Well, I don't know. Previously, there was the tables were able to move the tables. That was my recollection. Anyone can answer that question?
Mayor
or-
Pro Tem, I do believe that they are movable. You
Okay.
can confirm when the applicant comes up to the dais. I will say that there was a full tenant improvement that was done with inspections being taken place. So we don't have the previous entertainment floor plan with us, but I do understand that there may have been some changes from that floor plan.
So we don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure because I don't have that on me.
Okay. All right. I guess that's it for now. We can ask the operator.
Go ahead, Rob.
Councilmember, it's generally in the same area. Also, the previous entertainment permit also had a stage area, which now the applicant is not proposing.
I think the stage was the prior to, right? There were so many changes here.
Correct. This is probably the third or
Or
fourth
fourth.
operator that had requested for an entertainment permit, since it's not transferable, like a conditional use permit. Each time that there's a change of ownership or a change of operator, that new person would need to get a new entertainment permit.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, all right. We'll ask the questions with the applicant. All right, thank you.
Okay. I don't know. Is this a fixed wall here? And are these booths, big booths?
That, I believe, is a fixed wall, correct? And
Fixed
those
wall.
are picnic tables, I think. Those are like large picnic table styles, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they're large. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay. I just wanted to that. And the operator's proposing a 2 a.m. time, and we're conditioning it for 1 a.m. Staff's recommendation.
I apologize again. Like I said, the error was in my input in the staff report. I incorrectly inputted the wrong times. They are proposing 2 a.m. So I wanted to make that clear that that was an error on my part, and that is what they're asking for 2 a.m.
Okay. So you understood that, guys? Okay. Then, what's the occupancy on this? I saw it in here and I can't find it, and so I'm asking again. Oh, maybe you guys know where to look. I had the same trouble, so that's why I was asking. I didn't mean to put you through that trouble.
We'll ask the operator.
I wish I wrote it down when I saw it.
Mr. Mayor, if you look on the plans on page 44.
We don't have no 44.
Page 44 of the report, it shows an occupancy group of
Yeah,
A2.
the occupancy is 243.
Thank you. A2 would be 243 occupants.
There we go. Okay. That's pretty much the fire department occupancy, and I think I counted like 120 seats for food, sit down. So is there, the previous operators, do they have the same liquor license designation as the prior?
They do. They have
operator?
Yes, type
Was it
40
47?
Type 47, correct.
And is that a percentage of drink to food ratio?
Right, so the type 47 is a bona fide eating establishment, means they have to be a restaurant first.
So it
Yes.
has to be a restaurant
Yeah.
first, okay. I saw that in the conditions, if I recall, because it's a lot to remember, was we're conditioning menus along with late night menus also. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think we conditioned it well with menus is what I saw. Because this is a big restaurant. I think there's I just did a quick count up here, like 125 eating areas, seats or whatever. And I don't know a lot of people that eat the 2 in the morning, but trying to get the designation there. And then the stage is removed. It has a stage area or a performing area.
The area is a
that what I
performance
got?
area, and I believe, and again, I'll defer to the applicant, but
Okay, got
I
it.
believe it was for
Okay.
insurance purposes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify some of my confusion. And that way the applicant has an idea of the questions that's going to come at him. That. Do we know how tall the partition is here, or is that's an applicant question? It's like a.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be another applicant question,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Well, any other question?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, okay. I forgot about you. Sorry, Mr.
It's
Sanchez.
okay, I wasn't.
I really forgot
No,
you.
no, you're all right. All right, James, you're being broken in here, you know, by fire, trial and error here. But can you walk us through, you know, the applicant seems to have an extensive security plan. So can you walk us through that?
Walk you through their security plan?
Right.
Well, that was attached to your staff report. Exactly what would you like?
Oh, right, just for the purposes of, for record, and just walk us through how there's an intention behind the security plan and how they intend to be responsive to the security and safety needs.
Correct. So Councilmember Sanchez, so there are several factors to their security plan. Like the first phase is the main entrance protocol, of course, to ensure that that main entrance is the primary entrance to the facility. And purpose for that is, of course, to ensure that the staff inside has a visible understanding and cue of who is coming and going in and out of their business. So that's really point one. Capacity and management. I know they have a tracking system and of course, a maximum capacity is that we talked about earlier. A waiting line management system for peak hours. What that will be, I think, because that could mean many different things, but usually what that means is, because I used to work in the restaurant business and bar business myself when I was in college, so that typically means security, monitoring if there's a line system, and ensuring that that it's maintained, it doesn't get rowdy and things like that. Restricted areas. There's going to be key-coded access in and out of employee-only areas, which is, again, typical in more modern establishments. ID verification systems. They're going to ensure that only acceptable forms of ID are allowed into the persons with acceptable forms of ID are allowed into the facility. No photocopies, things like that. And of course, no expired IDs. ID checking equipment. A lot of facilities, newer facilities, one where I worked, we had a machine that we would place the ID under, and that would identify if there's for watermarks and things like that. And they have identified a UV light scanner for security features. And things like security personnel. Let's see. Okay. Staffing requirements. So weekdays, they're going to have one door security staff and one roaming security officer. And weeknights, 2 door security staff and 2 roaming security officers and 1 security officer. Again, that's pretty typical. And as they said, as they've mentioned in their project description, is if there's an event or during peak hours, they have the ability to increase those numbers of security. This is a big facility, and they're aware of that, and they're going to provide more security if needed.
Very good. Thank you very much. Regarding the hours of operation, are the requested hours, is that within the parameters of other establishments within the downtown?
It is. I think it's typical that when you have a Type 47 or another type of liquor license, that it's 2 a.m. as closing time. And again, we went as far as to condition them to provide late night meal service to hopefully counteract and provide food for people drinking that late at night, so people hopefully don't leave intoxicated.
Thank you. And they wouldn't be the only establishment in the downtown with an entertainment license that is able to operate to 2 a.m., correct? They have others there's others in the downtowns. I believe there's at least 2 to 3. With the similar hours of operation. What I'm saying here is that there are precedence.
Yeah, Councilmember Sanchez, there are other businesses that sell alcohol for sure until 2 a.m. In terms of the entertainment, we would have to look at those individual entertainment license to verify the hours. But more recently, we had a 47 license that went to the Planning Commission, and I can confirm that several of the surrounding businesses are allowed to sell alcohol until 2 a.m.
Got it.
They may not utilize that, but
Right.
the
But they are-
CUP allows for
They're
it.
allowed to. Okay, very good, thank you. My next questions, Mr. Mayor, will be for the applicant, thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
How many employees do you think there might have there? I couldn't see it. Will the security guards be uniformed or plainclothes?
Councilmember, we do not have a identification of the total number of employees. They do list the managers and again, a range of musicians, but we don't have a head count or an approximation of the total number of employees that would be there on any given night. And as far as the clothing of the security guards, we'll have to ask the applicant.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
You good, Sonny?
Yes.
Okay.
Your motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Mr. Mayor.
Got a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Sonny Santinez and second by Councilmember Victor Sanchez to open the public hearing. Without objection, that'll be the order. All right, I suspect we want to hear from the applicant first, right? Okay. So the applicant out there, okay, here we go. Feel free, if you want company, to come on up. If somebody else wants to answer questions also, you're welcome to two people. Yeah, it sounded like looked like you were both part of the show. Hi,
Hello.
just state your name and then introduce yourselves to us and we'll get started.
Well, my name is Maydeen Martinez.
Hello, my name is Billy Rogers. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor.
And what are you relation to this project? Owners, operators?
I'm the
Security?
Vice President of Operations.
Okay, VP, okay,
VP of Marketing.
okay. All right, you heard some of the questions. I think Mr. Coops had some questions. You want to go first
Okay.
with those?
How many employees are you going to have there?
About 30 employees local to Bellflower.
So you indicated you are not the owners, but you're you work for the owner?
Yes.
Is there a reason why the owner didn't come tonight?
Sadly, she is down with the flu and she just wanted to keep everyone safe by not coming.
Is there just one owner?
Yes, Sylvia Cantu.
And do you know her experience in this type of business?
Yeah.
And who are you, sir?
What's your name?
Ozzy Martinez.
Ozzy?
All right, and how are you
He's one of the
related to the
managers.
project? You're one of the managers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if,
So, yeah, Sylvia Cantu has a lot of experience. They own different businesses in LA, and they also own, they start as food truck owners, and they have other businesses in Melrose and also in Hollywood area.
Do they own a bar food establishment?
Yes, correct, yes.
And what's the name of it?
Durango Cantina in Melrose and Hollywood. And they're partners with other institutions in the area as well.
So they're partners with somebody on that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is that the only,
No, they own 6 food trucks.
and food trucks? I mean, I'm
correct.
just looking
That's how
at
they
businesses
started
that's
business,
kind of
like,
similar to what the
over
operation
18
here is.
18 years ago.
Trying to
so-
compare something.
Correct, yes.
So is she, the lady you're indicating, is she the sole owner or she have partners?
She's sole owner.
She owns the whole thing?
Correct.
Does she own the building?
Correct. They purchased the building, and sorry. Yes, she owns the building. She owns the property.
You bought the business and the liquor license?
And
I
correct,
guess.
and the liquor
Okay,
license as
gotcha.
well. Correct.
Did you start the rehabilitation of this building without the benefit of city permits?
No.
No, you did not come to City Hall. Does that sound right to the staff?
They were under the impression that they can just take over the existing business. And then we applied to get all the licenses.
But my question is, did you start work on the building before you pulled permits?
No, sir. We did a small renovations, but nothing to the existing infrastructure of the building.
Okay. Mr. Smoot, do you agree with that? And the impression you walked the property?
There was work happening at the property. Whether that work required permits, I suppose, was up for some question. Our code enforcement staff did go out, I believe, met with your staff at that time, and through that process, ultimately, they did come in, work with the building department, make sure they had what they needed and get where they needed to go, and they've gotten there now. So that's all been rectified.
Well, there has been some questions about the tables in front of your performance area. Are those movable, or are they stationary?
They are movable, yes.
So all of these here can be moved out if you wanted to have a larger dance floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And tell me about the bathrooms you have here in the back there.
That's an ADA restroom in the back. and
The one over
by the
here?
exit. Correct, yes.
Okay, and these are not?
Those are regular restrooms. They are very spacious, pretty big, but the only one that has the permit for the ADA restroom is the one in the back, in the corner.
And what did you say, Mr. Mayor, the capacity for dining in this facility?
243.
Well, the fire department capacity is 243, and I was just guessing that, so I'm gonna just ask them, how much,
243,
how
yes.
many for dining?
We have two from 180 and 20 in the bar, so 200.
Okay, 1 and 200, okay.
Correct, yes.
So about 200 for drinks and food.
Staff, is there a required amount of bathrooms for a crowd of 200, or is that totally up for grabs?
Councilmember Coops, yes, it is determined by the building code. And my understanding is that our building official and our inspector have been out to the site multiple times. There were plans that were submitted for the work that was done on the inside. And my understanding is that work has been signed off by our building official.
So all
So
the
he would have
building-
reviewed the
So
bathrooms.
building permits are all in order and
Correct.
and been reviewed and okayed.
Correct.
Okay. So tell us about this lounge area back here. What's that?
It's just an open area, and it's a back door that we're not planning to use. It's just for vendors and for the employees to come through the back, but the main entrance that's where everybody's coming to enjoy our
So
place.
there has been an awning back there. Does that still remain? There
Yeah,
was an
it's all-
outside smoking area, the previous owner.
Before,
Yeah,
yes.
did
but,
that go away?
And that door has to stay open during business hours. And we had the sign on top that was specified to us, but that's just pretty much, we have the electrical room in the area and the map sync area, but it's always locked, and everything else is just open space, and maybe we can use it as a small storage. But it's just open. We're not planning to have any tables or open the door for entertainment or none of that stuff.
The previous owners always had issues with parking, and they took it upon themselves to use the bank parking lot across the street, which never went well for the bank because people would leave behind a lot of trash. Have
Right.
you know the bank, well, the one they're
Yeah,
painting today?
Correct, yeah, I hear stories, but we have a business model that after hours, our staff is gonna go and clean up all the parking lot if it's necessary, and also security guards to make sure nobody walk with drinks or plastic bags and stuff like that, like pretty much we're gonna make sure everything is clean after we're done. Before we close, we're gonna go around and clean.
So
if
do you
it's
plan to use
necessary.
that bank parking lot again?
You know what, it is open, like I see after 4 or 5 p.m., a lot of people park there. Even the businesses right next to the Chase, they park there. It's not only
The furniture
us, but
store, yeah.
Right, yeah, and it's a lot of parking right next to the post
You might
office as well.
talk with the bank people, make sure that you're okay with doing that. I hate to see your
That
patrons get
that's
their
our
cards
next,
pulled.
That's our next step, to go there and try to come into an agreement if they allow us to use their space, correct, yes.
You yourself, you're in this business before this operation?
Yes, sir. I was hired by the owner for the same reason, as the project manager, and making sure we get the right stuff to have this up and running, and,
Where have your previous employment
I was
been?
working as a restaurant manager for Acapulco Restaurants, El Torito, and also different hotels. The last one was in Hilton Checkers Hotel in downtown LA.
Okay.
Correct, yes. But I have my entire life, I've been working in
Do you live very far from this operation?
in Downey.
Well, that's close
Downey.
enough.
Yes, sir. It's very close, correct, yes.
Move to Bellflower, it's even better.
That's the plan, yes.
Yeah. Cheaper rent.
Well, especially now with what's going on, maybe we're gonna
Yeah.
buy another property there.
That's all the questions I think I can remember at this time.
What?
You ready? Or, okay. Good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Could I also say one last thing?
Yeah.
In
Oh, sure,
transparency?
sure.
Thank you, thank you. With this permit, our goal isn't to be a club. It's to add entertainment to the weekend. So we're gonna be very restaurant and food centric. So obviously we wanna come in and be good neighbors. We're not gonna have the parking lots surrounding us littered with alcohol bottles, cigarette butts, all that's, anything that would make us bad neighbors. The sound, we would be very aware of, because we know sound travels. Even throwing away recycled bottles at the end of night, that bothers neighborhoods, residential sleeping past a certain period of time. There's things that we're aware of that aren't in this CUP that we just want to do as being a good neighbor. So the security, to go to your question about security, we probably have a couple guys out front dressed nicely, and the guys inside designated in security, so they know, so someone can see, oh, that's a security guard and not a person dressed nicely. And the guys out front who we want them to be approachable, and we also want them to know a couple things. Like, they're not nightclub security guards. If anything, they're elevated hosts. And these hosts de-escalate and control situations constantly. My background, I currently run the Yamashiro restaurant group in Hollywood, and we have about 20 restaurants, a couple nightclubs, some speakeasies, a bakery, as random as it may sound. So I oversee a bakery, so if anyone needs an apple pie, I know how to preheat that oven. But I feel like we're pretty diverse in all of this. Yeah, and we've learned through the years what not to do. And so now it's good to be just a good neighbor. Ask for permission, even if you don't have to. Clean up after yourself and leave the space better than you found it.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for the introduction. Let me start with the very easy questions. The name is Mirame.
Mayreen. Oh,
no,
well,
that's
no,
not-
sorry.
Of the
For
re-
Mírame. The
Just look-
restaurant
is it
would be
look-
named Mírame.
Look at me.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. So can you tell us your general duties for this establishment? What are your general duties?
Oh, well, I'm here just to talk about the fun stuff. So I have a speech prepared if I can read it to you guys.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
So I am honored here today to present our vision for Mírame, a unique Latino-inspired gastropub committed to enhancing the cultural and entertainment landscape of our city. Our corporation, Bachiaki, is striving for Mírame to be more than just a dining experience. It's a community hub. Inspired by establishments like the Yard House, we aim to bring people together through exceptional food, sports, and entertainment. We are sparing no effort or expense to create an inviting space for all the residents of Bellflower and surrounding cities. Our commitment to the city goes beyond business. We are here to provide a dynamic entertainment experience that showcases local talent and fosters inclusivity. Our programming feature will include stuff like local talent performances by Bellflower's musicians and poets, artists. Mírame will give them a stage to share their craft and increase their numbers of supporters. We will also include LGBTQ plus talent nights so our neighborhood can come together and celebrate diversity and inclusion by highlighting the performers of said LGBTQ community. Like the presentation said, we will be doing karaoke nights to encourage community participation and add to a fun and engaging atmosphere. And I don't know if you guys saw on the news for Bachiaki, we did community and charity events that in recent events, the LA fires. We spent 3 days, day and night, feeding over 25,000 firefighters that were in the Eaton fire, and we want to continue doing that charity and community by hosting senior home events such as morning tango classes, salsa classes, to help engage our senior community and keep them happy and healthy and fed. We will be providing them breakfast, continental breakfast, free of charge. And of course, we will have live sports viewings to bring fans together to cheer on their favorite teams in a vibrant and lively setting. Mira Me isn't just a place to eat, it's a place to connect. We are committed to working hand in hand with the City of Bellflower to create a safe and welcoming space that reflects the spirit of our community. We respectfully seek your approval of our entertainment license, and we look forward to contributing to the cultural and economic vibrancy of Bellflower. Thank you so much.
Okay, it seems like you have a very good plan for this establishment.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so, and how about you, Sarah? What is your operations? And you, sir, Ozzy, right?
Yeah, I'm one of the general managers. It's going to be two managers, and we have few assistant managers as well.
Okay.
We're going to switch in between shift. But,
So
I'm
basically,
one of the managers, correct.
the three of you will be in charge of running the business, basically.
The day-to-day operation
Okay,
manager, correct.
that's very good. Okay, all right. What do you think is the ratio between the food and beverage overall?
We're thinking about 70% food, 30% drinks.
Okay,
and
so more in food and drinks.
Yes.
Okay, and then my question to stop earlier was there any change in terms of the designated dancing area between the previous establishment and what you're proposing?
No.
Again, the designated dancing area.
No, there's no changes.
No change.
The previous owner had a stage, so we removed the stage. It was like this high.
Okay.
Now it's just.
It's
But-
just floor.
Okay, so you just make it basically flat.
Correct.
Yes.
All flat.
It's just a
Okay.
performance.
What you mentioned about focusing on giving some dancing lessons to seniors
Twice a month.
twice a month
That's our plan.
and
Yes.
free of charge.
Free of charge.
Well, that
Plus
will come a
breakfast,
long
of
way.
course.
That's good. Because there's a lot of seniors in this building. There's a building here.
Right next to,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, that's good. And are you gonna have Robert Duval teach the tango
If we can get them, yes.
every Tuesday? Okay, that's
Tango
good.
Tuesdays.
That will come a long way. So let me get to my main concern here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I read the plan, this is only for the Villar Foods and employees.
Yes.
You said that you maintain entrance and exit to the front door.
Yes.
Okay. So how would you enforce limiting exits to this door?
Well, that's why we would have our security and our hosts making sure that no one is leaving through there, especially because we do have good viewing from the bar of the entire restaurant, and so we'll be able to make sure no one, or hopefully no one, is going through those doors. That would be our biggest
Okay.
security.
Let me give you some background in terms of the way it was before. The prior operator, they allowed exits to this back door. And I got a lot of calls from seniors in this building here. And I have to get up 12 midnight to kind of check it out.
Right.
And I don't want to do it again.
No.
Okay. So I'm very focused on making sure that no customers get out here, because I witnessed that customers, when they get out here, they were so loud.
Right.
But once they changed the exit to the front, it basically, the noise diminished.
Right.
Because I think what happened here is there's plenty of time for them to basically spread out, going here and going to the parking lot, so they don't go out together anymore.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that you enforce that.
Yes, of course
Okay.
we will.
So what will prevent someone from, let's say, sneaking out, let's say, pretending going to the restroom and just get out?
Unless they want to leave the restaurant without paying the bill, that would be the only.
No, after
thing
they
that
pay
I
the
see.
bill. After they pay the bill.
That
So
would be
you will
our
have
company that
That's
would
what
be-
we're saying.
So you will have security here. Tell them you're gonna have security here.
Yes.
In busy
Em-
hours,
em-
that would be.
Are you committing to that?
Yes.
Can that be one of the conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, can we add that? Because I want to make sure that there is security on the exit.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can jump
Yes,
in here,
sure.
back off of you. Is there a specific time that you would like to see that happen, or do you want?
Well, I want to hear from them, because that's my main concern, because I think.
no, I agree
I
with
think
you.
we
I agree.
revoked the, if I remember, we revoked the CUP.
Yes, because they were
Right.
assembling in the alleyway.
Because of that. So I don't want that to happen to you.
The two previous
Yeah.
operators we had troubles
Yeah,
with.
it became so bad.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
To go to that time limitation, post a security guard there?
Maybe late in
What
the
I-
evening, maybe late in the evening.
May I
Sure, go ahead.
throw up an idea? I know that has to be accessible because it's a fire exit,
Yes.
but you can have alarms on anytime that door opens, the alarm goes off. I mean, I would be acceptable to
And
that.
somebody-
In a big squawker, you know, it's a siren, it's a fire alarm that goes off if that goes. And then, as humans, you can have error.
Is that something that we can do, staff?
The way the restaurant is, the layout is set up, once you walk in, you can tell right away that's the same way you're gonna come out. Like, once, if you go physically and be there, this is restroom, so, yeah, it's the exit sign for emergency, but the main entrance and everything's happening through the main,
Yeah, I understand it, but there's gonna be someone's gonna try to sneak out.
The regulars are
I mean,
gonna know that. The regulars are gonna get in habits, my car is parked in the back.
No, well, one thing can be done, like if we can lock the door through the outside, but once you go, once you try to get out, then you can actually exit by pushing the.
Yeah,
But through the
well,
back door,
so
you're
it
not
doesn't
gonna be able
prevent
to
you from
open.
exiting. though.
You won't be able to, you can't enter from the back. That's
Right.
just for loading and unloading, I guess.
Yeah, and it's always locked.
Yeah.
We're just gonna open it in the morning.
But it has to
or
be
one-
accessible for a fire exit, I'm sure.
Right,
Yeah.
but has to be through the inside, to be able to open that door.
But we're trying not to get any of your patrons to exit through there.
Right,
unless
that's what
it's
we're trying to
fired.
do.
Mm-hmm.
We allow people
Yep.
to start going back there.
You gotta train them.
Start going back.
Right,
Right now,
mhm.
it's off limits. You
Yeah.
cannot go back there.
Mhm. Yeah. I hate to,
I'm okay with late at night, you know.
but this gets me here, this is a lounge. Is there gonna be sofas around in here or anything? You
No.
call it a lounge.
No,
That's what's got us
it's
concerned.
before.
People not gonna be hanging out in there,
Yeah.
but it's
It
called a
was-
lounge.
It was before.
Okay, okay.
Over French Port, we saw the cigarette button.
Yeah.
We kinda could piece together.
Yeah.
People hung out where we don't want that.
Yeah.
That's gonna be an off.
So that's just open space then.
It's an open space.
Okay.
So what time are you proposing? 9 o'clock, okay?
Organically, that would be the tail end of your dining experience.
Right, that's true.
Nine
Mhm.
o'clock is transition to
Mm-hmm.
10 o'clock.
Okay, all right, 9 o'clock? All right. Yeah, until 2 a.m.
And we're gonna go ahead and put the alarm, that's a good idea, thank you for.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Save labor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna yeah, especially during the day because it's not, I mean, and after hours, like late night, yeah, that's a good idea to have it. but
Mr.
in the morning or afternoon, you know.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask a question to staff
Yes,
real quick.
go ahead.
Or to our building officials. Do we have a building official? Ms. Oba, are they able to put a sign that says not a main exit or something of that nature?
No exit.
No, I don't think
Fire
we can.
exit, fire
Yeah,
exit
it's gotta
only.
be a-
Exit only.
Yeah, it's gotta be an emergency exit only.
Yeah.
Could they do something of that nature?
That's correct. They can have a sign that says emergency exit only. I want to be mindful that the building code does determine what the exiting is as well.
Right.
So, it is possible in cases of emergency that, both doors do need to be accessible.
I understood, and that's exactly why I'm bringing it up, because I like what they're proposing. I think they're resolving the concerns of that we have, and but that's why I'm asking that question, to ensure that it facilitates the opportunity for them to be able to provide that information to their constituents.
Hold on, they're gonna be using the back door also for delivery.
There'll be a delivery window
Not the door, for delivery. You're gonna be using the door?
delivery window, like a
Time frame.
Oh, no, in terms of the door, you're gonna be using for delivery, so
Yes.
it cannot be used for emergency only.
No,
Because
it
when
can just
you
say
deliver stuff, it's gonna go to the back door
it would be on the inside
on the inside.
for guests to see. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
I mean, they should still have someone posted. I'm just saying.
It could be confusing though, because you have delivery guys going out.
Oh, but that's planned and that's that.
So
Ah, you're
I-
That'd be
tricking me.
earlier
what I'm
in the
saying?
day.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So if someone will deliver products into the restaurant, and then they have to get out, and there's a sign, the emergency exit only. So it can be confusing.
They'll get trained.
Yeah, that'll be for them.
They'll
They'll
train. They'll
them.
get trained.
They'll train them.
All the
It's part of training.
plus all, right, all the employees, they will nobody can exit. The guests, they're not allowed to exit through the door. So all the servers, all the managers, everybody, we're gonna be aware that nobody can go and exit through that door. And in the morning when we open the gate is around 8 and 10 in the morning when they deliver the goods. After that, we close the garage door, and then it's just a small door open through the inside. Because you try to open it from that, you have to go around. Before, people come through that door, right? So now, there's no way you can go through the door. You have to go around to come in, and we can have a sign for that. For the guests.
I have no problem with people coming in. That was never a problem. Is people going out late at night. Yeah. Yeah. Right, exactly. I don't want to make confusing for your customers. Yeah, okay, so we're good? We're good then?
So far.
Okay, all right, that's all I have, thank you.
You good? I got a couple of questions here. This wall right here, is that 8-foot wall, a 4-foot partition
It is a partition all the way to the.
behind the DJ there?
Yes. It is all
All the way to the top, okay, because
There's a door.
that was my concern. What are you using the space for? And you only got this, there's a line of sight issue there. But that's your problem. Is this a drink ledge on posts?
No.
What is that?
That's
Is that a wall?
No, it's just.
It's just showing the space of where the dancing would take place.
Oh, that's, okay, but there's a line over here too.
There's nothing there.
That's a speaker, and that's a speaker, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just, so this, there's nothing there, that's,
No,
okay.
it's
So
a
this-
it's
the
a flat
space
floor.
goes from close to the tables all the way there. I see that's a TV,
Yes.
Correct.
and is that where the karaoke words are gonna be, or?
Well, that's our plan, right? That's the main TV. It's an LED TV.
Uh-huh,
Like it's the biggest.
it's huge, okay,
Yeah, it's huge.
it does, okay, it doesn't,
LED screen.
and what's gonna be on it? I'm just curious.
Well, that's the performance area. Depends on what we have to perform.
So if a performer was here, they would be setting up here, that would be behind them, and they would be facing this way? Okay, okay. And what, is this just gingerbread here on each side of the TV? It's,
Like maybe 4 inch.
oh, the TV goes from here to there?
Yes. Biggest TV in Bellflower.
That's what I,
It's gonna show reruns of the council meeting.
that's like 10 feet.
That's all we're gonna do.
Touche, huh? That's like a 10-foot space.
Yes,
It's just one,
it's
is it
huge.
several,
And we-
they got seams in it? that are-
We posted historically, celebrity
Uh-huh. Okay. Mhm. Is it several screens put together? Yeah, panels, gotcha. Got it. Okay, that makes sense now. This storage area here is access through the bar? Okay, I see it there. And I would guess, we beat this horse to death here with deliveries. I would think if there's parking out front, the delivery guy has a two-wheeler of some beverages, he would be accessible before you open to come through the front doors, I'm
Right.
guessing.
Yes.
That's our
So,
liquor room and
right.
the ice machine.
Yeah. Are these just oversized booths? Were they there before? No, okay, they're like huge, aren't they? Am I right?
outlines that, wall, it's actually a load-bearing beam.
Oh, that's a beam for the,
And as you go to the top of that, that's an open walkway. Or right there where you're.
that's a walkway?
Just above that
Above.
laser pointer,
Oh, that's the walkway.
that's the walkway.
Yeah, I know, I'm familiar with the inside a little bit.
That's that walkway or
You can, oh, because there's room to sneak by through there?
It's open.
Like
Really?
Like something like that.
Okay, so that, okay. Oh, yeah, I can kind of see it here. Wow, so there's no wall there. What are these little things?
Our TVs as well.
Those are TVs too, okay. That's leading into one of my other questions there. I didn't see that, so you have TVs there, Is that what's here too, TVs?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I was wondering where the TVs are. I see some TVs here now. And then, does it have a row of TVs across here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I know it looks like you just got 3 TVs, but I think before it had them across, right? So you got the same concept as. In the whole place? Or, okay, got it, okay. What's this guy? Speaker or?
Speaker.
Okay. Is the speaker here too?
Yes.
Got a lot of speakers in the place, or is that from the ceiling?
Over the
Okay,
ceiling.
there we go, okay.
Not on the floor.
It's just a two-dimensional. Yeah. Okay, where was I here? The mezzanine area, what are you doing with that?
Area / office.
Be the junk room?
Pretty much, yeah. That's not
Back of the
because
house
we
kind of
could
thing?
open the
Yeah,
house.
yeah, got it. Everyone's got one of those.
Full of everything.
Yeah, okay. Are you gonna have a roving security guard that walks out in the parking lot? I know you talked about picking up trash or whatever, I understand that when it needs to be, but is there gonna be a schedule? And I think, Mr. Sanchez, you're gonna get into the security, you still wanna get into the security plan? You gotta take care of, okay. But anyway, the roving, anyway, I'm sure you're gonna have a schedule because we would like to hear that you are gonna have somebody every hour go walk out there to make sure. Okay. Yeah, you kind of come across that when you started, because you heard our conversations, but.
Our responsibility as
Mhm.
responsible
Mhm. Okay. Well, the 2 previous proprietors there were keeping this guy up at night. And some of us do. But the condo.
Quarter T-shirt.
Yeah.
No, before that.
Oh, yeah.
Before that, yeah.
Before that.
Yeah. But the condominiums where the sushi bar is up there, that alleyway, it was bad. We didn't have as many people coming to the council meetings tonight, though.
Good turnout.
Yeah. And that was just housing. What are the notes I got? What kind of cuisine you gonna have? You said you were done. Oh, okay.
Well,
What kind of menu?
Latino-inspired gastro
Okay.
club food.
Kind of thought that with the name, but I just wanted to hear. But yeah, so basically, okay, that and then explain the different. I noticed as I brushed on the different menus I was reading in the staff report, you got like a couple of different menus later at night.
We're gonna see what sticks.
You don't know what the community's gonna like. Mhm.
We don't want to stop offering food.
Mhm. Mhm. Right. No, I totally understand. Mhm. Okay.
Sundays, we're gonna have a special Sunday
Brunch.
fun day brunch. So-
Sunday fun day brunch, huh?
With mimosa?
And mariachi, yes.
Oh.
The plan, so.
When do you plan on if everything goes your way or whatever, plan on a soft opening, I'm guessing, sometime in the future?
Our plan will be.
I don't know.
We would wanna obviously get our
Mm. Got 2-3 months?
decided to about.
Oh, really? Mm. So the building itself is ready to go? Yeah.
I think in the hiring
Mhm. You make Sound easy. I have employees. I'm going to find out where you're getting them. You must be getting the smart ones.
But we know how expensive training is.
It's important. Yeah. So 2 p.m. You want to stay open till, or 2 a.m. Sorry.
That's when the
Gonna go
fun
out of
is.
business before you started. Two. No. I already caught the 1 p.m. and I was concerned about the 1 p.m. When the 1 a.m. But then it's 2 you're asking. So your operations before this owner has other operations. I know there's a crowd that don't leave the house till like 9 o'clock because I had kids once, and before they left the house, that's when they wouldn't do nothing till 9. And then when I was young, it wasn't that way, but so they leave at 9, and that's why then they explain. So you expect a crowd at probably 9, 10 o'clock at night to go to 2? Is that? Oh yeah.
When I say school night,
Mm-hmm. No, I'm talking Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I guess what I was asking, do you see your customers or the people that come to your establishment like yours, do they get there at 9 or so? They're going out on the town and they start at 9 or 10? Or huh? Right. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I understand that.
And honestly, we're planning to do a last call at 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
1:30 people has to get out.
Right.
Give us like half an hour to clean and make sure. We're not going to stay until 2. I mean, the plan is last call is going to be at 1 in the morning.
Moving.
Take some time to actually
Close out the night.
Close out the night. Yeah.
Victor? Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think for me, on the safety concerns and what we've talked about, I'm personally satisfied. For the record, there's a 7 page security plan that they've provided. I'm confident in what they've shared with us tonight. They understand our concerns that we've had with the former 2 tenants ago. You touched on the food. 3 weeks from now, if this all goes well, that sounds like a viable time for you guys to open up. I think it adds to the vibrancy of our downtown. I'm excited if this is to get approved to see how this plays out. I'm thankful that, in my opinion, at this point, that to hear from you as the applicant that you're aware of the concerns and that you've modified your plans to address these issues. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm okay, and if you'd like, I can make a motion or
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just one question.
Go ahead.
I forgot to ask the question. You mentioned in your write-up about the employment, it's going to be more Bellflower centric.
Yes.
So how do you plan on reaching out to Bellflower residents?
Well, we're hoping to post online, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, things like that, and putting out that we do want to hire people that are from Bellflower, just so they know the area, they can know the people, and make it more of like a community thing versus like hiring people out of the city. We're not opposed to it because, of course, there's not, a bunch of servers that just live here. But we would like to have more of a community.
Have you started your recruitment already?
Yes.
And so far, what's the feedback?
Good. Good.
It's a lot
They
of
want to.
talent.
They want to be
Good.
here.
It's a lot of talent out there, especially because they're super close. They live by, in the area, like 2-3 miles around the area, and they start knocking on the door. But without us posting anything, it's like, hey, I live very close. Do you have a job?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
People are reaching
So
out.
they're pre-applying.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's good for you.
Yes.
So you have more choices.
Makes it easy.
And what's the trend right now? Are they more or less Bellflower residents?
Most of them, yes,
Most
because
of
they saw
them.
the sign that we have the hearing, and that's when we start getting a lot of calls and people knocking on the door, bringing their application. And most of these guys, believe it or not, they live very close to the restaurant, which is, Bellflower.
That's good. Okay. So there's less commute time for them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I've got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Coops, go ahead.
Can staff tell me what other businesses on Bellflower Boulevard are open till 2 a.m.? I know it was mentioned that we have several. Could you identify them?
Councilmember Coops, if I recall correctly, so the reason why this is kind of fresh in my mind, we had a bar that went to the Planning Commission for consideration, and there was an analysis that was done of the rest of the bars or restaurants, actually restaurants, in the area that allowed for alcohol. I know that, I think it was Roca's came up, potentially Calaveras, Ricci's. I know for those specific businesses, the CUP allowed the hours of operation up to 2 a.m. However, they may have ended their business hours earlier than that. Yes, and then I wanted to just clarify for the record, so this is for the entertainment permit. I know that there was a lot of discussion regarding hours. There's also hours of operation that are identified in the original CUP that goes back to 2001. Those conditions still stand. So I just wanted to make sure the council understands that the CUP operating hours, so for the restaurant, it would be from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day. And there is a condition related to the serving of alcohol that it be no later than 10 a.m. every day. My understanding.
No later than 10 a.m.?
Sorry. Shall be only after 10 a.m. Only after 10 a.m.
Okay.
And their business hours, I believe, start at 11 a.m., so they would be compliant with that. We would also need some clarification on the entertainment hours, because in the entertainment permit application, it says from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., but I did hear some testimony that there could potentially be mariachi at the brunch time on Sundays.
Correct.
So perhaps you may want to consider extending the hours to the daytime as well for entertainment.
So that was not on the application.
But
Correct. That was not on the application. The application had 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. as the proposed entertainment hours, but I'm hearing slightly different information at the dais.
so food and entertainment are till 2 a.m. The conditional use permit for food is 2 a.m. So when then the entertainment permit, liquor's 2 a.m.
Liquor's
The
2 a.m.
entertainment is till 2 a.m. So they all line.
If you choose.
If we choose.
Yes.
Okay,
You could
okay.
choose
Right, yeah.
earlier. Yeah,
If
for-
that's what's asked for. Okay, got it. My question to you is, you mentioned brunch. It's easier for us to do it tonight, what you ask, only because we don't want you coming back and asking for another hour. Or if you think you're gonna serve brunch at 10 or 9, we need to, that's where the staff's going right now. It doesn't hurt to be able to open earlier. You don't have to.
It's a late brunch.
It's later.
It's a late brunch, so you see, that's gonna be 11 o'clock then? You know,
So, could be-
okay.
I think the only ask would be to have entertainment.
Yeah, that's what she said too. I was focusing on the brunch thing. The entertainment,
And it'll only be on Sundays.
yeah, on Sundays, but I don't know, guys, if we're gonna allow a brunch and entertainment, I think we ought to do 10. And that way they don't come back if they have such a good brunch.
I agree.
You know, that's where I'm going, is that doesn't hurt anything.
Would, Mr. Mayor, should we also do it on Saturday? Flexibility, get it on.
Yeah, no, do it now.
Do it now.
I'd appreciate you to ask right now, because you're gonna say I should've, would've done on that.
We want you to have
Yeah.
the tools to succeed.
Yeah. It's the 2 a.m. No, I'm just kidding. You guys okay with that?
Would you bring entertainment at 10? That's what I'm saying, because I think, well, I
But
don't know.
setup and all that, let's just give
It's
them
just cleaner in the
flexibility.
paperwork.
It's just easier,
Yeah.
cleaner. Because they open at 11.
Well, I'm just kind of concerned about the church,
Oh,
because the church, they might have service, so I'm kind of,
traffic or
I'm
parking?
in terms of the
Noise.
the noise.
Oh,
Because
noise.
there's a church across the
We're
street.
not supposed to hear any noise outside the building.
Well, it's mariachi, I mean.
Because there's conditions in there for the noise
Yes.
bleeding out to the outside, right?
So I'm kind of leaning more towards 11. If you're not going to be starting anyway, you said noon, I'm willing to give 11
That's fine.
to be cognizant with the church service, you know. And that gives them flexibility already.
Okay. If the noise comes out of the building at any point in time, there's bigger problems.
Right.
Well, when
Yeah,
the
okay.
door's going to be open at some point
Okay,
in time.
Yeah.
There you go. See?
2, wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, okay. Mm. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
11 to 2. I think we
I
we
think
can
11.
go. I hear you.
I'm okay with
Okay.
11.
So entertainment 11 and, or both,
I got you.
On Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday, 11 entertainment start,
Mhm.
AM. And what was the other one? That was alcohol? Yes. Okay.
Mr.
You
Mayor,
got that?
just to clarify, what I'm hearing is you're allowing 7 days a week from 8 a.m., or I'm sorry, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., and from Friday, Saturday.
8 a.m. to 2.
For the entertainment permit, the
Mhm.
request was 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., am I correct? And then for Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Oh.
you're looking at 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Only Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday and
Yes.
Sunday, right. That's, okay, that's what, 8 p.m., okay.
So 8 p.m. to
Right.
2 a.m., Monday through Friday, and
Sunday through,
Saturday and
Sunday
Sunday,
oh, Saturday and
11
Sunday,
a.m.
Monday
to
through
2 a.m.
Wednesday, yeah.
And what are we doing Monday through Wednesday?
Monday through Friday,
Monday to Friday.
the
Oh.
request was 8 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay,
for
got
the
it.
entertainment.
Okay, so there's only 2 hours. Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., and then Saturday, Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, okay. Took a long way to get there, didn't it? Okay. So you're good with that, what we just decided? Okay. And staff has that?
Yes.
The clerk.
Hmm?
The clerk.
Oh, city clerk's got it, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I think we'll still need a motion on that, too.
Yeah, no, that's, I'm just,
We need more public testimony, don't we?
yeah,
The comments.
yeah.
The-
Public-
There might be
public
someone in the audience that wants to talk.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna have you guys take a break a little bit, because I'm gonna ask anybody else in the audience that wants to come up and talk on your project, okay? And then you'll get a chance to come back up, and if somebody comes up and,
Thank you.
you need to answer questions or rebuttal or something, you have a chance. Okay. So just stand by, okay.
Don't
Any-
leave.
Anybody else in the audience want to come to the podium and, in regard to this project? Well, that was easy.
Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Nobody
make a
likes it?
motion.
Oh, my gosh.
So I'd entertain a motion for someone to,
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second
Okay.
the motion.
got a motion by Councilman Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Coops to close the public hearing. Without objection, that'll be the order. What's your pleasure, guys? Any discussion?
I think we've discussed it.
I think we've discussed it.
We discussed to death already.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 25-08, a resolution approving entertainment permit case number EP 24-01 to allow for live musical performance with instruments, DJs, dancing, karaoke, and audio-visual equipment at an existing property within the downtown Bellflower Transit Oriented Development Specific Plan, TOD, on property located at 16728 Bellflower Boulevard, with the amendments that the entertainment hours run from Monday through Friday from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., and Saturday and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., as well as the condition that that was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Sonny Santinez, that there be a staff personnel at the back exit after 9 p.m.
Till closing.
till closing.
You want to condition that push bar? Remember he said he could put a bar on there that,
If that is the pleasure, I will amend my motion to include the push bar.
Or I think it's like gonna have something on it anyway, but I mean,
Sure.
I think we just leave it up.
We can leave it to
leave
staff for
them.
building and safety to
Yeah.
determine.
Yeah.
I'll leave it, scratch the push bar, and I'll leave it to public,
Yeah.
to building and safety to determine the
Yeah,
appropriate
and
action.
the operator too, can, he
And the
knows
operator
what
can
we
work
meant.
with it, yeah. They know what we meant.
Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion on the floor by Councilmember Sanchez and a second by Councilmember Coops. Call roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Santinas?
Aye.
Councilmember Coops?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Aye.
Mayor Dutton?
Aye. Congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, it was Bill, Ozzy, and
Myron.
Myron? Okay,
Mylene.
Mylene. I can't read my. Thanks, guys. You answered all our questions, and that's all we asked for, and we don't get that a lot. I appreciate it. Okay.
And hope to see you soon at the grand opening.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
There goes half our audience. Huh?
Yeah.
My God, we still have a lot. We have a lot.
God, 10:30. Jesus. Getting overtime tonight.
This is like one of our planning commission meetings.
Don't break the cannabis record. Don't break it.
Yeah.
The cannabis.
All right, Mr. Smoot, we got item 11C next, right?
I think so, unless he went to the public restroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is correct. I'm going to invite up Mr. DeLonga and Carla to present this item to you, and I'll let them take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We are now here to dazzle you with some HUD and CDBG.
Oh, God, I can't wait.
And so, stay on the edge of your seats for this one as Carla presents this, and we'll get going.
We're going to put you to sleep here. That's what I think. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the city is conducting a public hearing to receive comments during the development of the 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan and the 2025 Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice. Every 5 years, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, requires entitlement jurisdictions that receive Community Development Block Grant funds, also known as CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Program funds, also known as HOME, to complete a consolidated plan. The purpose of the CON plan is to identify Bellflower's housing and community development needs, priorities, goals, and strategies. It specifies how funds will be allocated to housing and community development activities over the next 5 years. The consolidated plan is a comprehensive assessment of the city's housing and community development needs, which is intended to guide the city's use of CDBG and home funds over a 5-year period. The consolidated plan process is a framework used by entitlement jurisdictions to assess their community development and affordable housing needs, analyze market conditions, and then strategically allocate federal funds to address those identified priorities covering a 5-year period. The consolidated plan is carried out through annual action plans. The annual action plan is a 1-year plan that identifies specific programs and funding for annual CDBG and home allocations each year. Throughout the consolidation plan process, citizen participation is encouraged through surveys and public hearings. The following table is a summary of goals and needs addressed during the current 2024 Con-Plan period. The first goal, to improve and conserve existing affordable housing, is being accomplished through the Home Improvement Program. The second goal of neighborhood preservation is being accomplished by code enforcement. The third goal, to develop affordable housing by contributing funds to a community housing development organization for a qualified CHODO project, is in the planning stage. The fourth goal, to affirmatively further fair housing choice, is being accomplished through our Fair Housing Foundation. The fifth goal of public service, The fifth goal of public service is being performed by the Bellflower Volunteer Center. The sixth goal of employment training is being accomplished by Kingdom Causes Bellflower's Good Soils program. And the seventh goal is the city's Section 108 loan repayment obligation, and that loan was paid off this current annual action plan year 2024, 2025. This was a 20-year loan taken out in 2004 for downtown improvements. The business assistance goal was accomplished through the business assistance program. The administration goal funds staff and housing consultant time spent on administering these programs and ensuring the programs are in compliance with HUD regulations. CDBG, the City of Bellflower is an entitlement community that receives an annual allocation of CDBG and home funds from HUD. These funds support community development and affordable housing initiatives. Activities assisted with CDBG funds must meet one of the following three national objectives: benefit low and moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slums and blight, or meet the other community development needs having particular urgency, referred to as urgent need. The home program funds are used to carry out eligible, affordable housing activities that benefit low-income households. The city's fiscal year 24-25 CDBG allocation is $897,114, and the home allocation is $357,302. During the current Con-Plan period, 2020-2024, the city received approximately $4.4 million in CDBG funds and approximately $1.8 million in home funds. Although HUD has not released their allocations, staff expects to receive similar funding during the next 5-year period. The annual action plan is a 1-year plan that identifies specific programs and budgets for annual CDBG and home allocations each year. The consolidated plan is carried out through annual action plans. During the current 2024-2025 annual action plan, which is the last year of the current 2020-2024 Con-Plan period, the Section 108 loan obligation was paid off. Therefore, there will be approximately $500,000 available annually for qualified CDBG activities. The city can use these additional funds for qualified CDBG projects and/or take out a Section 108 loan to complete larger projects within the city for qualified CDBG projects. The maximum Section 108 loan amount can be up to 5 times the current year allocation, with a maximum repayment period of 20 years. As part of this process, staff is reviewing the potential of applying for another Section 108 loan for the rehabilitation of Town Center Plaza or other public facilities. Participation and input from citizens, organizations, businesses, and other stakeholders is a requirement in the development of the Con-Plan. Economic Development staff released a stakeholder and community survey in November 2024 to identify potential gaps and needs within the community. The stakeholder survey was distributed to the city council members, city employees, and local public agencies. The community survey was made available on the city website, social media, and at all public facilities. Tonight is the first of 2 public hearings required by HUD to get public input. The 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan public comment period was open from January 10th through February 10th, 2025. And this public hearing notice was duly published in the Los Cerritos newspaper and posted at city facilities. The second public hearing of the draft con plan and analysis of impediments to fair housing choice is scheduled for April 21st, 2025, on which there will be a 30-day comment period prior to the second public hearing. The following table is a summary of the community survey. The top results for the community priorities are affordable housing, public improvements, and public services. The types of affordable housing projects that the community survey identified are new affordable rental or home ownership housing, rehab of owner-occupied housing, and fair housing. Types of public improvement projects that the community survey identified are neighborhood cleanup, street improvement, and trails. Types of public service projects that the community survey identified are homeless services, anti-crime programs, and mental health services. As part of the consolidated plan, all grantees must certify that they will affirmatively further fair housing, which means conducting an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, or AI, taking appropriate actions to overcome the effects of any impediments identified through that analysis, and keeping records of these actions. The AI outlines fair housing concerns such as discrimination in lending practices or governmental barriers to housing that disproportionately impact persons who belong to state and federally identified protected classes. It presents a demographic profile of the city and assesses the extent of fair housing issues among specific groups. It also evaluates the availability of housing choices for all residents and analyzes the condition in the private market and public sector that may limit the housing choices and prevent them from accessing housing. HUD recommends jurisdictions conduct or update their AI consistently with the con plan cycle. The AI is still being conducted by staff and our housing consultant and will be available during the public comment period. Our recommendation tonight is to open the public hearing to receive public input on the 5-year consolidated plan process, or alternatively discuss and take other action related to this item. This concludes my presentation. Staff and our housing consultant from Avantgarde are available for questions.
Okay. That was an exciting report. Jim was right. From this to my left, is any questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What caught my attention was the availability of 500,000 left over. Is there a recommendation? Did I miss that in the dazzling report? But is there a recommendation of where to reallocate that, or is that what we're doing? Just kind of having an open discussion about it.
Well, we blinded you with the dazzling report. We did mention that the staff would like to look at doing the Town Center Plaza remodel with
that's right.
with those funds as an option, and but it really ends with you guys and what you want to do with the funds.
So, Councilmember Sanchez, this is actually, you hit the nail on the head. What you really have before you this evening is, one, you're taking public input on the comp plan. What you have unique to the last times you've done this is you have a Section 108 loan that is now being paid off, so you have that extra $500,000. You have a couple of options in doing that. Number one, you can use that money on an annual basis for the projects as long as they're applicable under these guidelines. You can use that money on an annual basis, or you can consider taking out another Section 108 loan if there's a larger project that the council wants to do. That's why we're here tonight, is to get some of that input from you guys and from the public before we finalize those plans and bring them back to you. So, but there are options for that.
That's a follow-up question. Can you just educate me briefly on what the 108 section is exactly? What does it do? What do we fund when we do a loan like that?
I may call up the consultant to help with this one, but it's for the CDBG, or Community Development Activities, for low and moderate income households or areas within the city. So they're typically infrastructure projects, removal of blight and prevention of slums, that type of thing. So for example, the section on 108 loan that we used previously that were just paid off was used for downtown improvements, facade improvements. The parking lot behind the Chamber of Commerce was reconfigured with those funds. The Belmont kiosk area was also reconfigured using those funds. So those types of public improvements were done as part of that program and with the use of those funds. So it's the same. Section 108 refers to the fact that you can take out a loan for those monies, and they are used in the same way CDBG funds can be used.
Understood. Okay, got it. I'm good for now.
And that was what excited me, that was the 5 times, the 500?
Correct.
For
So
the loan.
the maximum loan amount you can take out is 5 times the annual allocation for the
500,000,
previous
so
year.
2.5.
4 point, Carla, was it 4 or 5, 4.5 million? And we'll put it up on the screen for
Well,
you.
that's close enough.
Go
Is that
back one more.
interest free? Is you just borrowing against your
You're borrowing against your CDBG.
what's coming in? Yeah, but there's
Correct.
no interest, right?
Correct. Oh, wait.
4.4 million. What's the interest?
And there's no interest.
They do charge
there
us
isn't.
interest.
Oh,
Yeah.
How much?
bastards.
68%.
Oh, Dan.
So finance manager Anna just told me that the total interest paid for the last Section 108 loan was $4 million.
Ooh, no.
We paid $4 million in interest?
Well, it's 20 years.
Where's Tay?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need that.
No, we don't need that.
We don't need 4 million in
Don't need
interest.
Anna, come to the podium.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
She didn't have to come from upstairs. She was able to just walk
No, I
over.
didn't.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The total loan balance, so principal was $7 million. Total interest was about $4 million, so $11 million in total.
Yeah. Nah, it's
We're good.
not worth it. That was when we used to be poor. I can understand it. We're not
So,
that poor no more.
If I may ask a question, because I've never
Go ahead.
been a part of that. This is always available to us at any point in time if we deemed to need it.
Correct. So if, for example, in this, when you approve this at the next, if you approve this at the next council meeting when we have the public hearing, and you do not do a Section 108 loan, if you decide in the future to do one, you can.
You can amend.
You can amend the con plan to do so.
Just more of a.
And you don't have to do it for the full amount either. So that's
we don't
another
need
thing.
it.
You can do it, you have the maximum number, but if you want to do a smaller project, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions to my right?
Yes. So we have talked, Jim, about possibly funding partially alternative housing, after those folks leave the homeless shelter, they have a place to go. These funds could be used for that activity?
Not these, the CDBG funds that we're
Yes.
talking about?
Yes.
I don't know, Anna, our
Councilmember
consultant, Anna Lanu, is gonna help us answer this question, because
Hello, Mayor, members of the council. So there are certain uses for homelessness, but CDBG is predominantly not one of them. You can service that population, but it's not for housing that population. So there can be services that are offered, and home funds might be an alternative use for finding some housing options.
And Councilmember Coops, I think what you're thinking of is there's a project considering use of some of our CHOTO funding.
Right.
That's actually coming before you for some consideration in your next council meeting as well, but that's a separate pot of funds than this one.
But you brought up an interesting point. We could maintain our homeless shelter with the CDBG funds?
You can provide some services. It's very, you have to be careful with CDBG. It's not supposed to be used for general maintenance or ongoing type services, so they would have to be special services. Homelessness, or the homeless population is an eligible population, so you can provide services such as, case management. You can provide food, those types of things. It's not necessarily, for example, the maintenance of the facility.
Mercy House. You pay for,
Yeah,
pay for
so-
Mercy House contractor, maybe.
Have we not used those funds before, apparently?
We have not for this purpose because we had the Section 108 loan, which was using up the $500,000, and we had very little leftover funds that were primarily used for the other activities that were mentioned in the staff report.
But that means it frees up the money to do it in the future?
Correct.
Well, that's something to consider, isn't it?
May I piggyback off of that? It
Sure.
only frees up 500,000, right?
Well, approximately. You could reallocate the funds that you have already spent. This is now looking ahead. So we've provided you with a snapshot of what you've spent the money on before and the services that you've done with this money, you've performed with these funds, such as code enforcement and the Good Soils program and so forth through these various funds. And there's a 15% cap on those public service agreements that we do, but we've never really had this kind of money since I've been here, and going back 10 more years because of the Section 108 loan, and that ate up a lot of any of the leftover funds that we had.
No, another possibility. That's all the questions I have.
Fine.
Just to piggyback on that question, didn't we use any of this funding for the shelter at some point in time?
We may have used, I think we used CV funds, the COVID funds, to pay for the food at the shelter for I
know
think a year.
we used something.
Correct. It was CDBG, CFE, and that was special for that COVID purpose.
I see,
Yeah.
okay. Now, piggybacking on Councilmember Coop's question about housing, what is this development of affordable housing? Can you clarify that in terms of the needs addressed?
So that is the CHOTO funds that we've been talking
Okay, so
about.
we can use that.
Correct. CHOTO funds can be used for the housing project, where CDBG funds are not allowed for
So
them.
you receive two types of funds. Your annual allocation is a combination of CDBG money, which is your larger allocation, and then home entitlement. That's for your housing.
Okay,
So 15% is a required set aside for a CHOTO development. And typically cities will put that 15 aside for years until it gets to a sizable amount that you can make a project with it. You can choose to use more than 15% for a CHOTO development, and you can also use the remaining portion of your home funds for a affordable housing development, and it does not have to be a CHOTO-led development.
Okay, so the chart that you showed here in terms of the needs, the goal, and then the needs being addressed, this is a combination of home and CDBG.
There were
Correct.
just,
Right.
in the chart, I think it was
The chart?
only one.
Can you show the chart
If you go
so we know
one
exactly
more.
what we're talking about?
It was right there.
There you go, okay.
So the only really, I think it's I only see two, I'm sorry. Number one goal, your home improvement program, your home funds are paying for that.
Okay,
And then your home funds are also the 15% set aside for number 3.
so development affordable housing.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. So with the present executive order, will that affect CDBG and home funds?
At the moment, we have not received any clarification or guidance. If you look at the priorities of the types of programs that the administration does not want to use the money for.
Mhm.
Really, these particular services do not fall in those categories that would be restricted based on the initial guidance that's been put
Okay,
out.
so there's no restriction at this time.
At the moment, what you're using the funds for would not be restricted.
Okay, good. That's good. That's good to know. And then, how far are we in terms of, Jim? This question is for you. You made a presentation to the council about the town center, this town center plaza. So when are you planning on coming back to the council? Because I'm thinking about the timeline. If we decide to fund the redevelopment of the town center plaza using the Section 108, are we in sync in terms of timing?
It's probably a little bit behind on the town center plaza planning part of it, since we wanted to see how the strategic plan process went and see where that fell. Am I close? Yeah, so we're a little bit behind on that, but again, we can look at doing this, like if you wanted to do a Section 108 loan in a following year, we can do an amendment if you're looking at funding that, or you can fund it annually and do certain things on an annual basis rather than taking out a Section 108 loan and paying the interest that you guys had heartburn over.
Well,
and
but my initial thought is I'm trying not to rely on amendment because that's extra work for our consultant, I'm assuming, right? If we do an amendment.
A substantial amendment, we did a lot of them through the CV time with the CV funds. It's just, it requires a 30-day comment period.
Okay.
And
there's no extra charge for that?
only time. So our time.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I'll do it really fast.
If it's going to be pro bono, I'm all for it, you know.
I wanted to piggyback on the fact that instead of maybe considering a Section 108 loan, you can always do phased programming, as you mentioned. And so your 15% that you maximum you can use for public services of your allocation, 20% for administration. The remaining balance can be used for other activities. And so you can always phase, even if it's design, and then do phased construction work if you need to.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
Can you clarify on the 15%? As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of you, we are currently at that 15% cap and the 20% cap for the administration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that include the total, or is that just of the 375?
It's the 15% is of the allocation.
Total allocation. And we're at that already. So that couldn't be increased from where it's at.
No.
Okay. One more question. Refresh my memory because we only do this every 5 years, correct?
The
In terms of the
consolidated
the
plan,
con
yes,
plan
is every 5 years.
The annual plan is every year.
Yes.
So, so the purpose of today's public hearing is basically to lay out the priorities set by the council in terms of
The purpose of
money's-
today really is to offer the public an opportunity to provide comment on what they feel are the needs and what they want to see as the goals. This is an opportunity for the public to speak, but we are happy to take your input
And the
as well.
public also includes the city council.
There you go.
There you go. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, so I'm gonna cut to the chase here. In terms of the last page of the staff report, construction, reconstruction to the public facilities, including street and sidewalk and other improvements and things like that. I know that I asked Beth earlier about this. The art district, I don't know how far we are in terms of completing that. I am speculating that if the council approves the art district, there's going to be some kind of improvement in that area. So I don't know if it's the right time to put a pitch on some funding for that at this time, or should we wait for the modification at a later date?
I would say it this way: if the end result of that is that there is some construction, reconstruction, or improvement of public facilities or public rights of way, the council could identify funding for those purposes. The rezoning, if you will, that comes out of that may be necessary, that may not be eligible, as I understand it, under this. The administrative side of that would be necessary for us to rezone those areas. But any construction of
The physical
the
construction.
physical construction
right.
probably could be eligible.
But again, we are against the timing here because we don't know yet
Anna,
what is needed.
I'm in talking to the consultant, asking her a question, how general can we make the con plan to make it flexible enough so that the council can allocate those funds to different areas of the city? So if we want to do sidewalk improvements, or it
Right,
doesn't have to specify the exact area?
You can be very general. By putting an eligible goal and making it an eligible goal, it gives you the flexibility over the 5 years to program those funds under that goal, but you're not required to, because there's only so much money. So you can have 20 goals. I mean, you can have as many goals as you think are going to be likely in this 5-year period. So I would definitely, if you want to make improvements to public facilities, make that a goal. And then if you are able to do that, it's there for you.
So for example, let's say if we add, let's say, sidewalks, generally speaking, sidewalks. So that can be in the art district, depending on whether it's going to be in the CDBG area or not.
So the goal name for that would be improvements to public facilities or public areas. So
Public areas,
right.
okay.
So, and within that would include sidewalks, streets, buildings that are for, public use that serve the low moderate income households and persons.
But I'm mindful, though, that the only limitation there, it has to be in the CDBG area, not in the general area of the city. So we're basically confined.
With exception of ADA improvements and creating accessible areas, that can be in any part of the city.
Okay. So that gives flexibility
if it's
then.
ADA access, right.
Regardless
but if it's
of
going to
the
be,
area.
Correct.
Okay.
But if it's going to be road improvements, sidewalks, or facilities, then they're going to look that it's located in a eligible census tract, or you make a case that it's serving the low moderate income households within the radius area.
Okay, so it's general enough that gives a lot of flexibility. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm good with that. Thank you. All right, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
We good?
Yeah, no, I have
Okay,
some more
go ahead.
questions now. Regarding the construction and reconstruction or installation of public facilities, I think the Mayor Pro Tem Sunny Inez touches on a good item, and I just wonder if we look at our recent survey from the community, right? One of the items I think was top 3 is traffic calming or that type of language. And feel free, Mr. Smooth, to correct me if I'm wrong. Street improvement, but the overall arching, when we did our study, it was what was the study? It's 10:30, guys. It's 10:30. No, yeah, the community survey, thank you. During the community survey, one of the items that came up was concerns with speeding and safety amongst in speeding, basically. Could this be some sort of the funding? And I know we have to do a study, Mr. Smooth, or something of that nature. You're working on something. Could these funding sources be can we allocate this to that? Could that be considered in this conversation as well? Or is it literally the physical improvements?
I think that would fall into the same category as the sidewalks. It'd be the same sort of conversation.
The consultants said that roads, I don't think could be, unless it's in the area of
Right.
the area that it's
Within the census tract, as long as
Yeah.
it's within, so roads could be included if it's
in the census tract.
in the census tract.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But the only thing there is the funding. The funding is very limited.
Very
in
limited,
this case,
right,
so.
right. Well, I know we've had conversations about pilot ideas and stuff like that, so I'm just curious if this would be an area that we would consider as well. Just the food for thought here.
Yeah, of course.
Public hearing. At what point do we assign the dollar figures? No.
We don't need to assign dollar figures at this point. The dollars will be assigned when we find out the allocation. We're estimating what it might be, but they have not been released. Normally, by now, we would have heard, but I'm going to gather that the budgets will be delayed this year. So we'll see when we find out.
So at some point, we will assign dollars.
Right, and
Okay.
that would be part of the first year annual action plan. So once we receive the dollars, there's applications that have been received for public services. Those are being reviewed, and then the remaining dollars would be eligible for non-public services activities, such as community development activities or street, I can say, or CIPs, if you make that one of your goals.
So
if that
given
makes
what's happening or not happening in Washington right now, when do you expect that to happen?
Crystal ball, let me
Yeah.
see.
Optimistic and pessimistic.
I'm hoping next month
Next month.
to find out what?
The-
Our allocation?
Our allocation.
I'm hoping.
Are you
Okay.
sure? Are we sure the allocation's not going to be cut?
Nope, we're not sure.
See, that's the other side of the coin. Delayed
So-
is one thing.
I can be hopeful, but we don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, we don't know if
Yeah.
HUD's gonna be funded or not, so.
Well, I'm glad that HUD's not on the list yet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
all right.
they're under the radar. I'll make a
Honorable-
motion to open the public hearing.
Make them.
Second.
Anybody out in the audience want to chime in?
Very interesting.
Well, not
Motion to
seeing
close
any,
the
I'll
public
move
hearing.
motion to what, I'll second. Did you close it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your pleasure, guys, gals?
Make a motion to continue the item to the second public hearing. Yeah, we,
There's no need.
oh. I thought, this is one of two, though.
Yeah, they actually just opened the public hearing.
Oh, we're done.
We're
Oh,
done.
oh, he said, what's your pleasure, so.
Yeah.
I thought I needed to make a motion to continue.
There's
It's
no
10:30.
action required. It was just an opportunity for the public to have a public hearing.
Okay.
All right. Let's get us home. We're almost there.
Glad my co-pilot was paying attention because I wasn't.
Do you have any items?
All right. The fun stuff's coming now. Mr. Stewart, 13A?
13A.
Mr. Stewart, Jesus.
Mr. Stewart.
God.
He doesn't.
We'll start
Mr.
charging you a
Smoot,
dollar.
for the record. God.
Wait, we got two more considerations?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're on cannabis now.
All right, let's do it.
Wong Su's here. I'm going to ask him to give a real brief description of what we're looking for here, and you guys can answer. He can answer any questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Smoot. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council.
Wong Su, if you would wait a second.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I believe Councilmember Coops may have a recusal on this
Yeah,
item.
I'm out on 13A and 13B, so just leave me.
13B, we will need to draw straws.
I'll come back to
Okay.
that. All right.
Fill the restroom for us while you're gone.
Don't go too far.
Someday you're gonna have.
I'll be ready for that.
Oh, Dan. All right,
Mr. Lee,
it's
the floor
safe
is
now.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The item for your consideration tonight is for the formation of a two-member ad hoc committee to review the city's cannabis business policies and procedures. To provide a brief background, in March of 2017, Bellflower voters approved the cannabis tax with 74% support, and for the last 7 or 8 years, the city of Bellflower has allowed cannabis vendors to operate within our jurisdiction. Over the past 7-8 years, the council has taken steps to stay competitive with its neighboring cities, such as lowering cannabis business tax rates and temporarily pausing rate increases. However, a full comprehensive review has not been done for the cannabis business permit policies and procedures. Given that over the last 7 or 8 years, the evolving political, economic, and social landscape surrounding cannabis businesses, the city seeks to ensure that its policies and procedures remain effective, efficient, and competitive. The committee would convene as needed to make recommendations to the full city council regarding cannabis business policies and procedures. Tonight, the city staff is recommending to the city council to create an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 council members to review and evaluate the city's cannabis business permit policies and procedures. or discuss and take other actions related to this item. And staff is ready to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just a housekeeping item. You need to continue the meeting past 10:30 based upon majority vote.
Huh?
Your rules of procedure that you adopted
When
in
this pop up?
2016. Well, because I looked at the clock.
like
and
January
it's-
1st
it's
thing?
10:50. No, this is from 2016. I'm like, I
Whose
looked over
rule
at
is
the city
this?
clerk and I said, don't we have a meeting time that we have to remember?
I think because of the cannabis.
Is it overtime?
So we need to
It
make
is.
a motion.
I'd like to make a
continue.
motion that we
Motion
continue our
second.
meeting till whatever we need,
Second.
5:30 a.m.?
however long it takes.
Very good.
Len's just gonna sleep here.
Got a second?
Mhm.
Okay, without objection, that'll be the order.
Mr. Mayor, point
Yes.
of order. Mr. Coops wasn't here.
That's okay.
We still have a majority.
We still have a majority.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're okay.
Looks like 4-1, even if we were.
Well, we haven't had a meeting in a long time past 10:30, I think.
Which is why I had to look it up.
Is this a municipal thing, or is it?
No, this is by your resolution adopted in 2016.
But it's a Bellflower resolution.
Yes.
Why would we do something like that? Okay.
Well, because of the old regime.
Yeah, maybe.
guess.
But, well, yeah, 16? Yeah. Mm. Anyway, any questions regarding cannabis item here to staff, to Lee? I would like to throw my hat in the ring if my colleagues would allow it. I mean, I got relationship with some of the cannabis people, and they're all in my neighborhood. Well, they're all in Victor's neighborhood too, but.
So you know what I'm gonna say next?
What?
I want in.
You guys okay with that?
Okay, okay.
Seems like they're happy. Okay, you need a vote on that?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, I'll make a motion that myself and Councilmember Sanchez are on this ad hoc committee for cannabis. Got a motion on the floor and a second, a motion by myself and a second by Ms. Morris. Call roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Santinez.
Aye.
Councilmember Morse.
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Aye.
Mayor Dutton.
Aye. That was the easiest one we had tonight, guys. 13B, and Dan said he was out of that. We gotta draw straws, get Dan back in here.
You said leave him out.
I wonder if Dan heard that on the speaker in the hallway. So what's the cutoff time that we gotta extend the meeting?
10:30 p.m.
10:30.
So how come when we had the cannabis hearing, we were past 10:30 and we didn't make
You
a motion?
continued you had several votes on the matter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Well, we ended at 5:30 a.m., so there's a lot that we don't remember.
No, I remember we changed the presiding officer
Hey,
at
Dan,
about
Dan,
midnight.
did you hear that in the hallway? We had to vote to continue the meeting? Not to continue it, to allow us, yeah, we got something that we voted on back in 16 that if anything, we run a meeting over 10:30, we gotta vote amongst us to keep going. Yeah, well, yeah.
Exactly. And I don't remember continuing it then.
Yeah. That's right.
Can
It's
you
another
check-
history
can you check
lesson.
the minutes?
I know we had a thing. Now I go back to the hospital.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, we're gonna draw lots? So let the record, okay, let's read it in the record here. 13B, Mr. Smoot.
I won't charge you a dollar.
That's the only way we're gonna fix it.
This item is consideration and possible action to award a contract to Cal City Construction Incorporated for the construction of the Bellflower Youth and Senior Center Facility Specifications Number 23-2407, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Cal City Construction Incorporated in a form approved by the city attorney. And I believe we would just request your recusals, and then we'll have to draw straws.
Yeah, I got a property conflict
I have
on
a
this
property
item.
conflict.
I have a
And
property, I got two property.
So let the record reflect that myself, Dunton, and then Coops and Sanchez have a property conflict on this item, and the city clerk is gonna have us draw lots to see who's gonna
And the
participate.
record should show that San
Mayor.
Ynez has no property in this area.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, when we had when we discussed about the plans for the Oak Center, you and I were in the subcommittee.
Yes.
So what changed, just for the record, what changed that you are now recused? Okay.
The city attorney actually said to me that it's because it's a vote now. It was all committee stuff before, and this is the real deal now. Now we're voting on $10 million, I guess maybe that's why. That's how he kind of.
It's a definitive action to take to move the project forward, as opposed to conceptual plans for potentially having a project there. So at this point, the city is actually, council is contemplating awarding a contract and actually moving forward with the project.
I just want to put it in the record because someone may ask the question, you were in the subcommittee and now you're being recused. So thank you for the
And
clarification.
you still might vote, you never know.
So what I just took from that, the difference is, Sonny, dreaming to reality.
People may not know that.
I will put that into the next request with the FPPC.
Yeah. There we go. That's the difference.
You ready to draw lots, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon me?
Are you ready to draw
I
lots?
am ready to draw.
Thank you. Okay.
One
let's
says draw
put
straws,
these
one
in
says
order.
draw lots. Lots is a little more biblical, isn't it?
Whichever you prefer.
You're on here. What's up with that?
Here is the first name. Mr. Dutton. Mr. Coops.
You're not even on here, and you had to leave.
Sanchez.
Oh, the other backside. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what it is. There you go. Ooh, that's a lot.
Very official mix. Do you want me to do it? I will do it. And this council person will participate. Mr. Sanchez.
Oh, good.
Woo-hoo. Good. I got
So you want Dutton and I out of the room? We leave.
All right, Mr. Smooth, 13B.
I'm going to hand this one off to Mr. Gurecki. He's going to take the show from here.
All right, Mr. Gorecki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, well, Honorable Vice Mayor and council members.
No, Mayor Pro Tem, not Vice
Mayor,
Mayor.
oh, excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem,
There you
council
go.
members. It's almost 11 o'clock, sorry.
Yeah.
Just as background real quick, back in the middle of 2022, we put the subcommittee together that you guys were just referencing, of 2 council members, and we began to work with the architect that was selected along with the structural design. That process took a little over a year and a half to get to 100% construction drawings, get it through our planning department, stamped and approved. From there, we issued an RFP and advertised the plans and specifications. For the first go-around was approximately April, May of last year. We received 13, I think we served, the first go-around we served 13 bids. However, due to some issues that we had with the specifications, at that point in time, we made the determination that the recommendation to City Council to reject all bids, which the council subsequently approved. Following that, we were directed to go through the plans and specifications once again, basically tighten them up, and put it back out for re-advertising. So the project re-advertised once again in December of '24, and we opened bids on January 16th, just a few weeks ago. This go around, we received 15 bids for the project. After an extensive analysis of the bids that we had received and a close look, we were able to determine that 11 of the bids submitted were technically non-responsive due to the fact that well, some of them just simply had errors in their bidding, and others failed to list a certified installer for a very specific partition door that is spec'd out in the plan and specifications itself. So with that, as part of the 11, the first 6 of the lowest bids that we received were all non-responsive up until the point where we get to Cal City Construction. And Cal City Construction submitted the lowest responsive bid to the city. So the recommendation before the city council this evening is to award a contract to Cal City Construction for the project and authorize the city manager to execute said contract in a form approved by the city attorney, or alternatively, discuss and take other action items related to this item. More than happy to answer any questions, and I believe we may have representatives from Cal City Construction left here in the audience as well, correct?
Okay,
Yep.
good. All right, thank you, Mr. Gorecki. Just refresh my memory on this. In the first round, how many bids did we get? Do you remember?
12.
12. Okay, so we got more this time. Okay, that's good.
Yep.
And then, can you describe more? Can you explain more about these partition doors? What's special about it?
The architect and the structural engineer specified a partition door made by a company called Modern Fold.
So it's a specific product.
It's a specific product, correct. And when we were diving into the bids and looking at that, we knew that that was one of the items that we were going to pay close attention to in terms of which subcontractors were being listed out, because Modern Fold only has one distributor in Southern and all of California, and that distributor is the only certified licensed installer of the Modern Fold doors. So, like not all 11, but I'll tell you. 9 of the 11 non-responsive bids specified a company to do as the subcontractor for that portion of the work that we verified through Modern Fold, the manufacturer, as well as the distributor, that they specifically were not certified to install the product. So we had no other alternative with that.
And can you describe to us, just generally speaking, where would this partition door be installed? What area of the center?
Inside the building, probably dividing a couple of PJ's common rec rooms, the fun and fantastic Dallas Cowboys arena, or whatever he's going to call it. No, they're simply they're partition doors that they use to divide rooms. We looked at Modern Fold because we had issues on a build several years ago with a more inferior product, and so we swapped that product out for a Modern Fold door, and we've been happy with the way it works and everything. So that's one of the ones that one of the items we wanted to incorporate into the design of this project.
So I'm assuming it's kind of floor to ceiling?
Floor to ceiling, correct.
Okay. Is it going to be automated or manual?
No, they're typically manual.
Manual, okay. All right. And then can you give us examples of other projects that Cal City has done similar to the Oak Center?
They did a recreation rehab project up in Linwood. I think that was just a couple years ago. I'm a little shaky on the dates, but Linwood was a couple years ago. I believe you did a similar.
Linwood, right? You said Linwood?
Yeah,
Okay,
City of
okay,
Linwood.
okay.
And I believe you guys did a similar rehab of a senior center in Agora Hills. I believe that was the other location
No, we'll
that
call
they
them
had
later.
listed out. Yeah, very comparable projects,
Okay, okay.
comparable dollar-wise and comparable in specifications and size.
Yeah. Okay, in terms of the bids here, it was 110,703,000, which is very close to the engineer's estimate of 10.755, right? Does that allow for some kind of cushion for contingency?
Well, the overall funding we have established for this is inclusive of the construction bid that we award plus contingency, which we typically allow for to be approximately 10%.
Okay.
We'll also be doing construction management on this as well, and then the FF&E, the fixtures, furniture and equipment that aren't included in the build, more the furniture and desk and that stuff that PJ's working separately on.
Okay, so, but that was not part of the proposal?
No, no.
It's separate, it's gonna be separate?
Separate, correct.
Okay. All right, good. All right, thank you. Any question of Mr. Gorecki? Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, couple questions. Out of the ones that were responsive, can you kind of walk me through the selection process of Cal City? Is it because they're the lowest bidder, or is it because, just kind of give me that background?
Lowest bidder.
Okay, dang, all right, cool.
Lowest responsive bidder.
Lowest responsive bidder. I had another question, but I think it's for the applicant. Oh, the other question is, have we ever awarded a contract to Cal City's construction before?
No, but Cal City's construction was a part of the whole process, the first go-around with the bids. They submitted the bid back early last year, so they've been, they were one of probably 5 or 6 contractors that were very actively in pursuit of this project.
Very good.
So
I do have questions for the the bidder, but other than that, I'm okay for now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morris?
I mostly am trying to understand the part about the partition doors. If Cal City installs them, and for some reason is no longer able to service them, there's a way that somebody else can service them?
No, so Cal City listed a subcontractor, as did all of the primes that submitted bids. They listed a subcontractor to perform that part of the work for the project.
Okay.
So the partition doors themselves, once they're installed, they're being installed by the certified installer to do that work. Once Cal City's often, they're on to bigger, better projects than Bellflower, and we're a year, 2 years into the maintenance of the facility. If there is an issue with the door, there's, warranty and as well as a certified installer that we would reach out to, who's local. They're right here in Santa Fe Springs. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can we call on the representative of Cal City? Please pick and state your name, write your name, so that's gonna be easier for the city clerk. Okay. No, it's still early for me.
It's, I would be a lot more nervous when there's a lot more people here, but thank you for the platform to just introduce myself. I'm James Lim. I am the president for Cal City Construction. We've been in business for 40 years. And I am a second generation family business here. This is Gene Lee. He's one of my top project managers. We just recently
finished a construction project for the ABC Unified School District. So we're local, we're neighbors. I am very familiar with all the areas, the restaurants in Bellflower. We've been in Cerritos for the last 15 years. And prior to that, we've been located on Clark Avenue in Paramount. I think that's like the borderline between Paramount and Bellflower. So we are neighbors here. And let's see, what else? Yes, if you have any questions.
Oh, we have tons of questions for you. Let me start. So you said you've been in business for 30 years?
For 40
40
years.
years.
Now, yes.
So, and then you said you're familiar with Bellflower?
I'm
You're
sorry?
familiar with Bellflower?
I am,
So
yes.
what's your favorite restaurant here?
Probably Taconazos.
Okay, all right, so we're talking now. Okay, very good. So is Mr. Lee's gonna be the project manager for this project? Or am I being presumptive here? Of course, yeah. Strong possibility. Okay, you're being cautious. All right, good. Can you tell us examples of a project you have done that's very similar to the Oak Center?
Sure. Yeah, so Agora Hills was very similar. We did the Recreation Center. It was a adaptable for renovation of an existing building as well as new construction, and we kind of developed the whole area around there. I think the complexity is kind of similar, where it was curtain wall windows as well as different pitches and elevations.
Mm-hmm. And about these partitions, did you install that partitions in that facility?
We have come across certain partitions, yes.
Okay.
Such as the one that's specified.
And in
here.
terms of square footage, is it similar to the Oak Center?
Yes, very similar.
And what was the construction cost, total construction cost?
That one was, I should have brushed up a little bit better, but I
You
think it was
should
around
have.
12 million.
12 million, so it's in the ballpark. And how long did it take you to finish the project?
I think it was similar, about 12 to 14 months.
12
I
to
can
14
recall.
months, okay. So do you have the staff to do this project if it's awarded to you tonight?
Yes, I staff 30, I guess, managers, project managers, superintendents, and such, and I also house about 20 laborers.
The only I'm going to caution you is because if the contract's awarded to you, it's going to take a long time to process the agreement because our city attorney is so picky. So just a fair warning, okay? Okay, that may delay your mobilization and actual construction. So, any other project locally? You mentioned about ABC, Unified
Yes.
School District.
You want to talk about ABC?
What did you do
Yeah,
there?
We just wrapped up renovating, or myself personally, Gar High School. That was a duration of a little over 2 years and in excess of 24 million, I would say.
Okay.
It was quite challenging at times, but we found a way to get through it just because of the condensed schedules. They're so accelerated. Most of the work had to happen during the summers. But we managed to renovate, 57 classrooms in about 8 weeks, as well as take care of all the ADA site work. There were a lot of improvements that were made. We're
Mhm.
doing about over 1 million a week in billables, and we made it through that. So I think with
Okay.
your help, this will be a successful project.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
If the contract is awarded to you tonight and you're able
Yes, sir.
to navigate to the agreement,
Mhm.
how soon can you start construction?
Well, as soon as we get the NTP, I suppose, or the
You ready to
notice
go?
proceed. Yeah, James has already staffed superintendents for the job in anticipation of getting the award. Him and I have been discussing quite in depth the procedures that are required for this job, and we've been reaching out to our subcontractors already to let them know, I think we're close to getting the job so that they can start making their preparations as well.
Okay.
Because,
very good.
we could always use more time, right? So.
Of course, the
all
attorney
the
will
time
give,
we have,
our
yeah.
city attorney will give you more time.
Right. Well, but I mean, so we have this window now, and so.
Oh,
we've
by the
already
way, just
started.
for the benefit of the public, NTP means notice to proceed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
Very good. Thank you. Any question of James or Jean?
Well, we already planned to finish it prior to the, the end of the contract date, but as you know, there's always unforeseen conditions and stuff that might occur, but we don't plan to get assessed any liquidated damages, if that's what you're
But you said
wondering.
14 months, right, roughly?
I believe so, right?
So 545 working days, which,
Divide by 5.
yeah. Why so long?
Is that 14 months, Len?
Excuse me?
14 months?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it calculates. It's probably in between, 14,
What?
15 months. Yeah.
Oh, it's
18,
even longer.
perfect.
That's too long. Well, I have to be honest with you, our seniors are waiting for this.
Oh, yes.
Because we've been talking about this for 2 years now, at least 2 years, right? So is
I
there
think
any way
Len-
you
I
can
think it's Len's
accelerate
fault.
the project? I mean,
Well, that's in our best interest as well, so we'll try to do everything we can to accelerate it.
okay.
Let's
From a business
focus on the
standpoint.
contract first.
Yeah, but
Alright.
yeah.
We
if
got
we
10
can-
days to get you guys under a contract,
Mhm.
or I have to go to the next lowest responsive bidder.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, any question?
No, you asked the questions right, and I'm glad to hear it, and it sounds like they have the experience needed for this project, and just glad that we're here and we're finally gonna, get this ball rolling. So
Okay.
thank you to staff
Very
for
good.
all
Thank
their
you
work
so
on
much.
this
Any
item.
question of us?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
What
Yeah.
is your favorite restaurant around here?
Oh, I have to be careful here.
This is being recorded, right?
All of them.
Okay,
Okay.
got it. Good
Well, there you
answer.
go. Very diplomatic.
All right, thank you so much.
you.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you all.
very good. All right, lady and gentleman, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion to award a contract to Cal City Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Bellflower Youth and Senior Center facility, specifications number 23//24-07, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Cal City Construction, Inc. in a form approved by the city attorney within 7 days.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember Sanchez, seconded by Councilmember Morse. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Santinez,
Aye.
Councilmember Morse,
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Aye.
Okay. All right, congratulations. I got them second. Make it happen.
Nice hanging out.
And soon.
He's working on.
Let the record reflect that Mayor Danton and Councilmember Coops are rejoining the council meeting.
Mayor Emeritus.
You're done.
Oh, is that
No, you're done. Former mayor.
I got so scared. I just saw 13B conflicted. I'm like, what did I just do?
No, that's why. This is, that's an artist rendering.
All right, we down to the consent calendar, aren't we? Does anybody have any conflicts on the consent calendar or any items they want to pull for discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I want to pull item, where's that legislative platform? 14E.
14E. Anybody else need any items pulled? For the record, nobody has any conflicts, right? Okay. Okay. 14E.
Yeah,
Take
Mr.
it
Mayor,
away.
Mr. Smoot, the city council approved a similar resolution back then. And can you just explain to us or tell us what changes were made between then and now?
Yep. Absolutely. Last year, you did approve a legislative platform for us so that we have the ability to move a little bit quicker when things come up from the legislature, and we need to respond to those. Wong Su took the opportunity to review that this year in light of the recent strategic planning session you've had and some of the shifting priorities that you all have had over the last year or so. So I'll let him go into some of the very minor changes that we've made in that.
Mayor Pro Tem, the legislative platform for your review tonight is a slightly amended version of the legislative platform that was adopted last year, May 28th. After the strategic planning, if you read on the page 2 of your staff report, we added a line that to oppose initiatives that weaken local control over governance, revenue management, or service delivery. And on page 3 of the staff report, we added the line under enhanced public safety, the third bullet point, support policies that promote transparency and accountability in law enforcement while enhancing community safety initiatives.
Okay.
And on page 4, that will be under bullet points, promote economic development and strengthen local land use. On page 4, if you go down to the 5th and 6th bullet point, we've added support legislation that tackles issues related to absentee property owners and vacant properties, and support legislation that supports local businesses in promoting sustained long-term economic growth. I also do want to note where it does mention Measure H in here, we changed it to Measure A.
Okay.
For future reference. And another point to mention is with the adoption of this legislative platform, the City Council will be also authorizing the City Attorney to submit amicus support on appeals cases for pending legislation. I could take a swing at what that means legally, but Mr. Berger will probably explain that much better than I can.
Essentially, it means if there's a pending piece of litigation that an appeals court is hearing, Mr. Berger has the authorization to submit an amicus curiae brief on behalf of the city.
Which is in support
based on this legislative priorities.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what could be in support of or in opposition to?
Opposition.
So amicus just means friend of the court. So it's a brief on behalf of the city, either supporting or opposing one particular aspect of that case that's on appeal.
Okay. All right. That's all? That's all the changes?
That is all the changes we've
Okay.
made.
Very good. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Would you like to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Sonny Santa Inez and a second by Councilmember Coops for the consent calendar. Without objection, that'll be the order. Council reports. Mr. Santa Inez, you have anything to share?
It's been a long evening, Mayor.
Okay.
No report tonight.
Good answer. What about Mr. Coops?
I'm in the same situation. I think we've discussed it all thoroughly tonight.
Councilwoman Morris?
I'm good. No, nothing to report.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Why? Big question is why?
I know.
The only question
Yeah.
is why?
Why, Victor?
I'll keep it short. Just a couple of items. One, just to put on the staff's radar, I believe at a certain point in time, there's a report coming back to us, not a report, but an update on how building and safety is performing. Thank you. It's late.
Late?
Performing. Specifically, I am curious to know whether we're making progress with how we schedule inspections and things of that nature. Curious to see if there's going to be changes there. And then secondly, want to just put back on the radar the concept of and I know there's a different word for this, Mr. Smoot, that you and I have discussed or you've brought up, but for traffic calming, just like to get a better feel in the future of when that's coming back. But that's it. Thank you.
All right, and I don't have anything to share tonight, so I'm going to adjourn this meeting to the next regular meeting of the City of Bellflower. council at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, February 24th, 2025. We are adjourned.